Now we have another one of Woodstock's alum, Mr. Rajesh Kohli, to speak for us.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It's good to have all of you here. Very warm welcome to all of you to this first Woodstock Entrepreneurial Festival. This festival is primarily to nurture ideas, it's to imagine, it's to innovate, share, compete, learn, and so much more. We want to make this Woodstock Festival bigger and better in the next 2 years. Hopefully we'll have more schools participating, we'll have a diversity of speakers, we'll have greater involvement of the Harvard alumni entrepreneurs, we'll have funding for ventures, and much more. All of you now are the ambassadors of this festival. Talk to your friends, your relatives, use your social media skills, spread the word. Many great ideas started in schools, dorms, and garages. The seed has been sown this year. I was told very clearly I have only 5 to 10 minutes. So in case you feel I'm rambling on, please stop me, come and pull my tie off, and I'll sit down. My journey started in Woodstock School. I was just 7 years old when I came to grade 2 in Woodstock. It's my first home. Truly it is my first home. I think a lot of my life skills, a lot of my emotions, most of my childhood, my passion is in Woodstock. And that's why I'm so delighted to always come up here and participate in any way I can, and then share and help in any way I can. After graduating from Woodstock, it isn't easy because when you're here for 11 years, you move to a much bigger and broader world. Sometimes more mean, sometimes very nice, sometimes kind, sometimes tough. So when I left Woodstock, I went to Delhi, big change, big city compared to a small town in the mountains, pure fresh air, pine trees, and suddenly you're in this jungle, cement jungle, big city. I went to SRCC, which is one of the best colleges, Shriram College of Commerce. I dropped out after 1 year. I couldn't cope with it. Honestly, I couldn't. Shriram is one of the best universities in the country today. Even then it was. Even then I think we required about, I think the cutoff was about 89% in those years. I believe now it's like almost 99%. It wasn't the studies, it was just the culture. The culture was very different from what Woodstock is. And that's one of the things about entrepreneurship. You need to understand that when you go out, the culture is going to be very different from what you are used to right now in schools. And we must learn to adapt. It's people who are able to adapt are the ones who can move forward. They are the ones who can rise. You must learn the ability to adapt. That's one of the most important things. And as school kids, because you're in a much more protected environment, when you go out, you have that freedom. It's up to you how you use that freedom. If you use it wisely and you adapt, I'm using the word adapt again and again because it's important. You use it wisely and you adapt. As I said, you move forward, you progress, you move upwards. So, after dropping out from SRCC, my father used to run his own business earlier of non-ferrous metals. He told me that, look, start up something on your own. I don't want you to come and join me in this business. Start something new. So we had this one building which was sort of like a residential place. And he said, do something with this. So we started off with a safe deposit vault, which is a safekeeping service. You know, like we have lockers in banks. Some of you may be aware your mom will use lockers to keep their stuff. So we started a private vault. A couple of years later, we took on some franchises in retailing. Another few years later, we got into office business centers, which are now what you call co-working spaces. We were amongst the first people to start that in India in 1991. Now, co-working spaces or shared offices have become very common. But at that time, we were the first ones to bring it into India. It's all part of being an entrepreneur. It's a part of being given opportunities. I was given that opportunity. I took it, I grabbed it, it worked out well. Now when I look back and I wonder, why was I that lucky one who was able to make it work? There's a lot of entrepreneurs who go out there, a lot of people who start new businesses, there are a lot of people who do other social ventures, other career paths. Sometimes it doesn't work. It's tough. As I said, it's tough out there, right? So why was I one of those lucky few that I was able to make it work? So when I look at some of those experiences, which I thought I would share some of them, one of them, I think one of the most important things which I find, which is very easily said, but it's very difficult to actually do, is work hard. This is a very simple thing, just work hard. I'll share a story with you. I had always seen my parents working very hard because my parents came to Delhi after the 1947 partition. They used to live in Lahore, which was at that time a part of India. But in the 47 partition, it went into the Pakistan side. So my parents came here as refugees. Whatever businesses they had, all just left there. Nothing, just come here, little bit of savings. So we saw them struggle. We saw them really work hard. And even with those limited resources, put us through Woodstock. Woodstock was an expensive school. It truly was. Compared to most schools in Delhi, Woodstock was much more expensive. But our parents always felt, no, education. We want to give our kids the best education, which I think all of you are also entitled to. You're all studying in very, very good schools. You're lucky. You're the lucky few. There are many kids who don't get opportunities to get education. All of you do. So we saw our parents work hard. So somehow it was always ingrained in my mind to work hard, work hard. I put in long hours, 12 to 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's how it went. When I said from a safe deposit vault to retail franchising to business centers and eventually to real estate. Because I used to start early in Delhi, starting your office at about 9:30 is early. A lot of people come in at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. That's when their day starts. So because I had this habit of coming in early, in our retail store, I'd walk in at about 9:30 every morning. When the housekeeping people would be there, or other sales people would be there, just fixing up the stuff, neatening up the store, fixing up the display, cleaning up the windows. When most stores would still be shut. So this fine Sunday morning, because in those days where our store was located, Sunday used to be a working day and Monday used to be the off. Monday used to be the weekly off. So Sunday morning I was there as usual 9:30. And our shutters were like half down because customers would normally, we would open the store for customers around 10 o'clock. A group of 7 or 8 people just came and spoke to our security guard and said, can we come in? And the guard said, no, the store will open at 10 o'clock. Please come back at 10 o'clock because right now housekeeping and the girls are doing up their displays and etc. So this one gentleman insists, he said, no, no, please go ask your manager, we just want to have a look. Please just give us 5 minutes. So the guard comes rushing in and he comes to our store manager and he asks her, these people are just insisting in the group of them. So can we let them in? So she said the same thing, no, just tell them to wait half an hour. Tell them to just come back. But that person was persistent. He told the guard again, no, no, you find out who the owner is. Tell him I want to speak to him. It's something really important. I just want to see it for just 5-10 minutes. So the guard comes back in again. He tells that store manager, that guy's insisting, please talk to the owner if he's there or call the owner or whatever. So luckily I was there. So store manager came to me. So he said, oh, they're insisting, so can they come in? I said, okay, doesn't matter, since they're insisting so much, just let them come in. So what? Let them look around. But tell them that our housekeeping and stuff is going on and that perhaps buying the cash out to a local half an hour later. So these people of 7-8 people come in. There are about 3-4 foreigners and 3-4 Indian company executives. And they say thank you so much, this, that, etc. And they walk around the store. Now, they hadn't met me, I was just standing in the corner. And I was doing my whatever, little bit of work, standing in the corner. And they walked around for 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes. And they come to our store manager and they say, can we take some photographs? This is a beautiful store. We just love it. He says, no, we don't permit photography. No, we have our merchandise, we have our decor, which we don't permit photography of. Again, persistent. That gentleman was so persistent. Just like he got to the store, he was persistent. So he tells the manager, please ask, please call your owner or please whatever and ask him, can we take some photography? Because we have these foreigners and they just love this store. It's just so beautiful. So she comes to me, but she just saw me. She goes, look, they want photography. Can we let them? I said, no, you know this. What's the policy? We don't permit photography in this store. So while she was talking to me, and this guy could perhaps overhear me saying no, this persistent gentleman comes straight up to me, takes out a visiting card, and says, look, I'm from this so-and-so company. Company ITC. It's a huge conglomerate, which most of you in India know. It's ITC. It's huge. This guy gives me his card. He says, look, can we please do photography? We've got these foreigners who are here. And I'd be so obliged if you could. I said, okay, yeah, no problem. It's ITC, no problem. Go ahead. And would you like some tea or coffee? Would you like some soft drinks? Yes. Indian hospitality, Indian hospitality, the way it is. हमारे घर में कोई आता है, उसको खाना पूछिए, इज्जत दीजिए, आराम से बिठाइए. Just that normal stuff, right? Which is good. One should do it. Good habits, good manners, right? He said, yeah, sure. Please, since these foreigners are here, they'll also be happy. Chai, coffee, please fill out. So, a store manager made the arrangements and they had tea, coffee, etc. They walked around for almost an hour, all over the store, repeatedly, taking photographs, this and that, going outside, from the exterior, from the inside. And while going, this guy says, thank you so much, it's so kind of you that you let us in and we could do the photography and your hospitality, etc. Thank you so much. And the guy goes, and it's a big stage greeting and he leaves. 1 month later, this guy calls me. I mean, he had taken my visiting card, but when he gave me his card and he realized I was the owner, he said, may I have your card? And he just took my card. He calls me a month later. He goes, do you remember that Sunday morning we had come with those foreigners and the team of us and we were taking photographs and your manager was resistant at the beginning and he said, yeah, great, I remember you guys. He goes, I'd like to come and see you. I said, regarding? He goes, no, I have a business proposal for you. And you won't be able to refuse. From the Godfather statements. If you've seen the movie Godfather, I'll give you a proposal you can't refuse. I said, yeah, sure, come on. He goes, look, I'm in Calcutta right now. If you know, ITC is headquartered in Calcutta. So he said, I'm going to come next week, this day, this time. And I said, yeah, sure, come on over, we'll have lunch together. retail division. It's great, yeah. But we're still running our store, right? I mean, how can you fit into our this small store? You do stuff in a very big scale. No, no, we do a store with you. You become our franchisee. I said, but no, it's our store, you know, it's our store. How can we take on a franchise? Because think about it. I'll call you a week later. So again, we exchange pleasantries, we had lunch, this, that, etc. The guy takes off, calls me back a week later. Do you remember me? I said, yeah, I remember you. How can I forget you? And he goes, no, I can't forget you either. So I said, good. We're both friends. He goes, yeah, so I left a proposal with you, franchise. So anyway, cutting the long story short, remember 5-10 minutes, that's all that happened. So eventually, we struck a deal. Hard work, right? If I had not been there in that morning at 9:30, where most stores opened only at 11 o'clock in Delhi, I was there standing there at 9 o'clock. If I had not been there at 9 o'clock or 9:30, I would never have met that gentleman. He would have never given me his visiting card. He would have never taken my visiting card. We had an excellent relationship with that company for 20 years. 20 years is a long time to believe me, for a relationship. Make sure whatever you do in your entrepreneurial ventures, work hard. That's the start. I want to go quickly now. So, second I would say is gain knowledge. Read a lot. Reach out to and meet a lot of people. Network. Watch programs on platforms, OTT, TV, on the net. Upgrade your skills through courses. Keep on learning. Keep on learning throughout your life. If I'm here today, believe me, I'll learn something from you kids before I leave. I will. So keep on learning throughout your life. Third, good intention. Always keep your intentions clean and good. Make a good reputation for yourself. Again, I'll share a short story with you. Really short. This one chairman of this large public limited company came and met our chairman, who was my father at that time. And I was in that meeting with my father, and the chairman of this company was there. And all three of us were having a discussion. And this visiting chairman had a different point of view on something. And our chairman and me had a different point of view. And this visiting gentleman sort of started getting heated up. He started getting a little upset. His ears started turning red. His cheeks started turning red. His voice started turning a little bit louder. And he was clearly getting upset. And guess what? He fell off his chair. Can you believe it? A chairman of this large company, while discussing and while getting so excited and so heated up, he actually fell off his chair. I just went and picked him up and put him back on the chair. And he didn't say a word. In huff and puff and all upset, he just walks out. All right, things move on. Our chairman and I were silent for about a week or so. We never called him, he never called us. Life moved on for that 1 week. After a week, that chairman called me. He was a little embarrassed, to be honest with you, in front of my father. My father was little, my father was much older than him as well. But he was embarrassed to call him. So he called me and says, look Rajesh, I'm really sorry about the incident which happened. First of all, I shouldn't have raised my voice, especially in front of your father. That is disrespectful of me. And in any case, why was I getting angry? We were only having a business discussion, right? It's not as if there was something personal. It was not as if we had cheated on each other or something. It was just a business discussion. And I'm really sorry. I said, no problem. Let's just forget it. It's okay. Things happen, and that's fine. You're all human. We all make our own mistakes in every way. That's okay. Please forget it. So another week later, he sends a formal letter addressed to my father, apologizing in writing. And in that letter, he had mentioned, I can never forget that. He had said that, look, we were having this discussion, and eventually now I agree to what you were telling me, because your intentions were good. And then my father wrote back to him as well, and he said, please don't apologize. Even your intentions were good. We were just having a business discussion. The point is that good intention, in addition to creating respect, was also a way of saying that we respect each other's ideas. Because of good intentions. It was not purely only because of the business ideas, it was because of the good intention that one was able to make up and catch up and move on smoothly. And again, we continued that relationship for many years thereafter. Fourth, build a good team. Be a team player yourself. You can't do it alone. Believe me, you can't. You need a good team of people around you. Fifth, do community development around you. Give back. Sixth, have a spiritual side to yourself. Always balance your life. It's not all about money. It's not all about material things in life. They're important, fine, we all need them. But you also need that balance. You need that mental balance. You need that peace. So have some sense of spirituality. And you need some good luck. One of the best definitions which I've read of good luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. Good luck is not necessarily magic. A lot of people think, oh, good luck is magic. It just happens from somewhere. It doesn't. It doesn't happen by itself. I will repeat. One of the best definitions I've read of good luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. So always prepare yourself, whatever you are doing. If you prepare yourself well, and when opportunities come your way and you combine them, that's what is good luck. A lot of other people don't see your preparedness which you have done. A lot of other people get opportunities, but they don't take those opportunities. And therefore they say, oh, this guy is so lucky. Yeah, he's lucky because he prepared himself. He's lucky because he got those opportunities because of working hard and preparing himself. And he took those opportunities. Therefore, that is good luck. Make your idea sustainable. By sustainable, I mean, what problem are you going to solve? Think about this. What's the problem you're actually going to solve if you want to be an entrepreneur? Is there a sufficient demand for it? Or is it just ideas in your head which you can't implement? You must have actual demand for your service or your product. How can you monetize your idea? How can you make it profitable? By profitable, I mean net cash flow positive. You get a lot of accounting experts who juggle up your balance sheet and they'll window dress it and they'll make it look very nice. But the simple way is, how is it net cash flow positive? If you have extra cash in the bank which is there as a profit, that is your actual profit. Think of it in those simple terms. Don't complicate it so much. The simple way is income minus your expenses is going to equal your profit. And that should be your net cash. I'm repeating the word net cash. You can have income to your credit. You never receive your money back because it's bad debts. Too bad. It's not in the bank, right? Don't complicate it with complicated formulas. Not required. Just keep it simple. Income minus your expenses. Maximize your income, minimize your expenses, collect all your money, put it in the bank, that's the net cash, that's your net profit. Build a good name for yourself, build a good reputation. One of the important ways of doing that is think and speak well of others. Whoever you meet in your business circles, in your professional circles, in your social service circles, think and speak well of other people. Respect diverse points of view. You have people have different points of view, but respect them. One of the really interesting stories I had read was of Sam Walton. Sam Walton was the founder of Walmart. Walmart is one of the largest corporations in the world. It's the biggest retailer in the world. And in his biography, there's this very interesting chapter in which he says that, sure, he had his board members. It's a large corporation, right? The biggest in the world. Imagine that. He has board members, he has experts, he has lawyers, he has accountants, he has marketing people, etc., etc. But he says that he used to always, once in a while, drive down himself early morning at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to his warehouses and sit with the truck drivers. Imagine, chairman of that company, one of the wealthiest people in the world, he would do this regularly. Get up at 4 or 5 in the morning, drive down himself, go and sit with the truck drivers. Why? He was trying to understand their point of view. He was trying to learn from them. Is the material from the warehouse being dispatched on time? How are your trucks being maintained? Are there other complaints when you deliver the goods at the store? He was getting so much information, so much knowledge from those truck drivers, which he could have never got inside his boardroom, which he could have never gotten from his experts. So, respect those diverse points of view. Search for a common ground with your customers. That's how they'll stick to you. And look at the big picture. And entrepreneurship is about the ability to integrate all of these things together. All these 7, 8, 9 things which I mentioned, if you can integrate them together, that's what entrepreneurship is. And most important of all is, have fun. Enjoy the journey. Be passionate. If you enjoy what you do, you love it. You love getting up every morning, getting out of bed, and doing whatever you want to do. So make sure you enjoy, make sure you have fun. You love it much more. And you're much more likely to be successful and achieve excellence in whatever you do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kohli, for your great insights. Next up, we have Mr. Mehra, who's unable to join us today, and so he will be joining us from Zoom. And so while we connect the Zoom, if you would actually like to think about and reflect on what Mr. Kohli has told you all over the last 15 to 20 minutes, because he's shared some really great insights with you all. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mehra, just a second. We just need to fix the audio.
Can everyone hear me?
Mr. Mehra.
Uh, okay, can you hear me? Should I go? Okay. Hi everyone. Good to see everybody here. So quick background of ourselves, class of 96. I worked in financial sector in some multinational banks for about 16 years. Then post that, I decided to start my own company in finance and related items after leaving the banks, which I was there for about 15 years, and 7 years out of that I was in Treasury and Standard Chartered, and then we started our own company in private equity, financial services, and knowledge process outsourcing. So I'll just will want to give you a small, brief background about how my entrepreneurship journey has been. And along the way, we've also invested in a lot of young companies. And what I want to do is basically just take the next 5-10 minutes to talk to you about what we see in the startup, in the entrepreneurial environment today, and some pieces of you could just say life learnings which I want to share. I was, like I said, I started my entrepreneurial journey pretty late. I've been an entrepreneur for about just about 8 to 10 years, but before that I was in working with MNC, so it was a big life change for me. So what I'll do is I'll just basically tell you a couple of points which I always tell any new company which we're talking to, or we're guiding, or we're advising, or we're financing. And what we really see in these companies before we actually decide to take them on as a client or as an investee company. So the first thing is that we want to make sure that the structure is correct. So when I say the structure, I mean the foundation of the company which the entrepreneurs are planning to start or build. The foundation has to be correct. And I put 3 bricks on foundation. One is operational structure, one is the financial structure, and one is the the legal structure. So first thing we want to support is that all the structures are in place. I'm not going to get too much into the point by point details of what we mean by the structures. But basically, if you're going, how we want to first see is how important it is to make sure that the legal entity is correct. People have an understanding of finance, of how to monetize their business, how to manage the cash flows, how to manage the runways. And operational is basically what every person in the business does, what the team is. I heard the speaker before me talk about team, and I want to part of any business is the team. Background is how long the people have been in the business. So, for example, if somebody is in finance, background in that. So financials, we want to see that, okay, financial structures, financial hygiene is, it's critical to scalability as well as viability of any business. So make sure that you have your finance understood, you have your, you understand what your working capital cycle is. You have to know what your financing options are, be it debt or be it equity. You should always do financial due diligence while starting a business. So all bookkeeping records should be up to date. Because apart from this, very important to actually scale. So some question I get asked a lot, the pitch points I want to give you, and because any it's about your company. So once you have your idea ready, once you know what you want to do, and now you want to go and tell people about it, right? There are certain things that you would want to do. First is tailor your pitch deck, or what we call like a presentation on investment memorandum, to your audience. So you have to see what audience you're talking to and have it tailored to them. Have 3 versions of a pitch deck ready: one short, one for in-person meeting, and one for a follow-up. The pitch deck should always represent your brand identity. The one important point which I'd like to make is by investor called Guy Kawasaki. It said you should use the 10-20-30 rule: 10 slides, 20 minutes, and a 30-point font. You don't want to get too much into details in your pitch decks. The deck should tell a story. You should brag a little, but do not be overconfident. Use one slide to tell who is on the team. Again, I go back to the point of please make sure everybody knows who your team is. Use one, include your own bio if it's relevant, your own bio data. Show the problem and your solution. Address the competition. That's a common mistake. A lot of people don't want to address the competition before doing any sort of business. What is the best time to launch or grow the business? Why is this the best time? Why are you here? Why you basically want to do this now? And always have your cost of customer acquisition ready. So you should always know how much it's going to cost you to acquire a customer, be it anything, right? So these are things that you should think about. These points, this will help you all the way across your journey as an entrepreneur, as a businessman. Even if you're working for somebody, it'll help you. Some experiences which I wanted to share is that the only true measure of success of business is profitability and not funding. So I want everybody to, kind of understand what that means. If you hear too much about funding, that's not the measure of success. It's profitability. You have to make profit. Your income has to be more than your expenses. Always do an environmental due diligence. Make sure that whatever you're doing should not impact the environment negatively. Do not chase traction at any cost. A lot of companies, just want to chase traction, want to get the big numbers. And try to play the valuation game. Please do not do that. You have to understand what your costs are. Again, the team is the most important part of any venture. And then you must pivot when necessary, but never lose sight of the problem statement. So a lot of time businesses will need to change tact, will need to change strategies, will need to even do a vertical shift, a vertical jump, if the business environment demands it, which is fine. You have to be nimble. You have to adapt to the market situation, especially COVID has taught us all that. And always focus on sales. So there's a saying, in entrepreneurship, like sales cures all. So must focus on sales. And if you can do that, if your sales keep going up or are significantly stable or increasing trajectory, you're going to be okay. So these are some experiences, just wanted to put that briefly. I don't want to, just to let you guys know what my experience has been in the last 10, 11 years of running multiple businesses, ranging from digital marketing to finance to investing to, being a part of a venture club. So these are very, you could say broad strokes of what we look at, how you should, kind of assess what business you're going to be doing and how the business is going to really be interpreted in the market. And some things that you should not be doing is you should not get ahead of yourself. You should not overestimate your market size. You should not only focus on scale. Revenue is very important. You should not try to go and change consumer behavior. As an entrepreneur, that's very difficult to do and it's very costly. And you should know what the customer wants. Figure out what the gap in the market is, and then do everything you can to fix that gap. So I just wanted to share my brief and broad strokes with you, and I hope some of these things you can absorb, and some of these things you can actually implement on your journey. And if anybody, needs any information or any help, you can always reach out and we can help you with that. So that's it from my side. Thank you for having me here, and it's really good to see this great initiative. And I hope to see a lot more, and I'm really looking forward to listening to the pitches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehra, for the kind words. So now we have Mr. Yusung. He is the graduate.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I just do see the people nodding. So great. My name is Yusung, and I'm from Korea. But of course, I stayed in Woodstock for 6 years, and ever since then, I always wanted to come back. Just the Woodstock that education has provided me, I think that has really impacted me in my life throughout. And for my journey, I would like to share a little bit, and it's more than something that I'm like trying to give out as a coaching valuable lessons. I'm also in the process of learning as a young entrepreneur. So I just want to share my journey and, you know, a few things maybe you can also pick up. I just want to ask to the audience, how many of you actually are from Delhi? Are there any people like from Delhi here? Have you guys heard of Gotti or tried bubble tea anywhere? Okay. I also expected, you know, not many people would be already aware of it. That is reason why we started the business as well, that we were passionate about bringing the bubble tea culture in India. And right now we have 2 stores running, and we are building 2 more stores right now after closing recent funding. Just wanted to share that we started as in 3 Woodstock friends started this. So myself and my 2 other partners from class of 2011. It's been an interesting journey. Of course, you know, it's been challenging times as well with the COVID and, you know, not being able to fully be operational and things like that. However, I think just the ability to kind of gel in with Woodstock, you know, friends who we had been knowing each other for now more than 15, 16 years. I think that also has really helped, that I fully empathize and understand my partners and what they see and how they think about things. So personal relationships, I think, are very, very important when you're starting, especially your journey with other partners. You should really know them really well. And even though something goes wrong, it's not about pointing fingers, but it's also about, you know, coming over obstacles together. So that's something that I think we've been also building our relationships, and that's why we keep pushing and we're, you know, progressing. And another thing that Woodstock also has provided is to understand multicultural perspective. The Gotti that we are building is very much Korean-inspired brand that people don't really associate as a local brand, but it is established in India and it is also Indian entity. But we are trying to build it as something that is little foreign and also unique in the market. So that is something that really want to kind of like you know, want to push as our business model. And what I think Woodstock also has done personally to me is that it's, you know, when we were at school in 2011, actually we started the Golathon, which I think a lot of you may be knowing and participating in it. Those small initiatives like projects in schools and few things, it may not seem big right now, but those initiatives, even this initiative, I think is a wonderful initiative because someone somewhere has to start something and it's about execution. That's also how our business started, with a passion and just going forward and trying to test the market and going into execution. So I do relate a lot to even starting a Golathon when back in 2011. that was also just one of the things that I take a lot of pride in myself in starting something like that, and really, really great to see it continue and keep it going. So those are the initiatives. When you're also at Woodstock, I think these are the things that you can really take initiatives and learn from it, and you can actually apply that in your later learnings. Apart from that, right now Gotti is really trying to build a culture and community, and that's all about Woodstock teachings that we have been always valuing. So I really want to connect this sort of the learnings that I have gotten from Woodstock and how it's impacting to our business. So that is something that I have really learned and been pushing that. And because Arman and Joe, who are my partners, have the same value, because we studied in the same environment, it's just so easy to gel in. I think apart from that, my last comment or something that I would leave is that we are constantly learning, and I think it's also addressed by Mr. Kohli and Mr. Mehta that it's all about really real hard work, and also just keeping your vision right. Even for us, when we first started, bubble tea wasn't selling because people hadn't known about it. So we started thinking, oh, should we add this snack, or should we pivot and then add something else? But we just stuck to it. And now from our Safdarjung store, we are actually serving about 400 bubble teas a day. So it's continuously growing, and we stuck with our vision. Now we're a little bit branching out into offering, little hot teas or making it more inclusive. But I think our main vision that we have never lost, and we are still pushing for making India's bubble tea culture in like pan-India setting. So that is something I would say, when you have an idea, you need to validate it and then try to execute it a little by little step. Sometimes you can go like, a little faster, and, you would want to see. Even when I started, I thought about, okay, this can scale in 2-3 years, but nothing is easy with brand building. So you got to have some patience, and I think push towards something.
Valuation of rupees 4 crores. Our current strategy to generate revenue is through advertisements, commissions on transactions, and charging an annual fee on sports organizers and coaches or trainers who will operate through our platform. For our future financial prospects, we aim to reduce costs on marketing, and also we aim to expand pan-India. That's it for the financials. I would like you to look into how we operate.
Thank you, Silo. I'm the CEO and CMO of Manogi. I look after the day-to-day activities of the companies, pushing our company to solve everyday problems of the sports organizers and sports persons. Our office on daily basis runs 12 computer systems, which deals with operations such as developing, fixing bugs, customer services, and processing all data in between organizers and the sports persons. Our favorite target market are the youth and the people who are inclined towards sports, who would a consumer base who would tap into our apps and servers on a day-to-day basis, inquiring, registering, and exploring sport events. Our target market comprises of coaches, athletes, trainers, and tournament organizers. Marketing plays a vital role in the development of our business. Hence, we heavily rely on marketing. The tools we use are print media, hoardings, electronic medias, including digital and video advertisements, events in order to engage with people and spread awareness about our app, influencer marketing on social media, and promotions by eminent sport personalities. Now our CTO Yash will reveal the app design. Thank you.
Alright, now to the fun part. Hey everyone, I am Yash, the Chief Technological Officer of our company. Not going to lie, I feel like Steve Jobs unveiling the first iPhone up here. turtleneck enough. Just kidding. Anyways, we decided to go with a pretty minimal look for our app as it is focused towards providing ease of access to all the utilities provided. We have designed the following slides and the basic working of the app on our own. Without further ado, let me unveil our app design. This is the first page by which the user will be greeted. You will have various options to sign in. After signing in, we will ask whether you are an organization or a student. If organizer selects his or her option, we'll have to get certified by a team first to host tournaments on our platform. Let's go with the other alternative right now. After picking a gender, you will have to enter the date of birth. We'll automatically filter various tournaments based on age restrictions according to you. For example, I'm 17 years old. When I enter my date of birth, it will display all the under 18 tournaments near me. Cool. Moving on. We have 10 major sports supported currently. If you don't see a sport on the screen, click on others. I will select badminton currently. To further filter out the tournaments based on your skills, we ask you the level on which you are playing right now. Don't worry, you can also freely search all the tournaments around you irrespective of any filters whatsoever. We got you. This is the home page. Get comfortable, you will be greeted by this a lot. As I had selected badminton, the app will show me the various badminton tournaments around us. As a suggestion, it also shows me the various organizations near me that support the sport too. We also have an interactive menu button at the top. From here, you can go explore other sports, search for tournaments or any organization. For example, by picking up your location, it shows me the various organizations and tournaments near us. Welcome to your profile ID. You can always call our executives if you find any trouble or edit your profile. Let's go to the home page from the bottom UI. If you ever want to sign out, you can do so from the menu bar at the top or on your profile page. That's all for now. With more time and more blessings from our future investors, we'll create such an integrated app that you can apply for any tournament near you with the help of just a few clicks. I will request for the judges to look into our idea and consider our startup as it is present within the most exciting and growing industry with no competition whatsoever. And when you decide to invest, you can be assured that you will invest in the future of India's sport industry. Thank you.
So, great job. Thank you very much for your pitch. Just a clarifying question. So, the tournaments are loaded by the team, right? That's an original data set.
Yeah, actually the tournaments will be organized by the organizer. So when we ask if you're the organizer, so they will put in their details, our team will verify them, and then they can put up various different tournaments according to the sports.
Okay, so tournaments are loaded based on who registers with the app from the
Yes.
organizer
Yes, ma'am.
side. Okay. So what if not enough organizers apply for it? I mean, is there a team that makes sure that there's some breadth of...
Well, that is our initial purpose, that we focus on marketing first. We are trying to increase our audience first. So that is our main purpose as of now. Once we get enough organizers and enough market reputation, then we'll look into other main operation and try to cut the cost of marketing. So
Right.
we're currently focusing on marketing our brand.
Right, so to have people input their own
Yes.
information. And then you have a verification system to ensure that that is correct. Right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I thank you for your pitch. So I want to know why we chosen the name Monogamy.
Well,
I don't know whether you explained it. Whether I missed it.
no, we haven't
My
explained
age,
it.
I didn't miss it.
The name Monogi, I decided it. It doesn't have a clear meaning from a dictionary. It's just a set of two words. Mono means one, and GI could be an abbreviation for great idea. So a single great idea or one of the great idea. So that's why we decided the name.
Who's this for?
This application. This application is for everyone who is interested in sports and who wants to make a career out of it. One can also use this app in order to keep themselves engaged in various sports activities and and they can also use this app in order to pursue a career. This app is also for organizers in order to expand their business and grow through the online mode.
We had a slide which had basically if you're an organizer and if you're a student.
Yes, sir.
What if you're not a student? What if you're not an organizer? What if you want to make a career out of sports? Your app is designed to provide an opportunity, but I felt that you're limiting your opportunity to students and those who are associated with the school. But in a place like India, there are so many athletes or so many children who are not associated with the school but have ability. So how are you going to help them?
Our app isn't limited to students only. It is limited to aspiring sports persons. Our focus age category is basically the people ranging from the age 9 to 41. These people are more active in sports, and we won't ask them to sign in from the school IDs or anything like that. So we don't have any bias towards whether they're a student or not.
So I think this is the page.
Yeah, so we have written athlete basically. So it's for all the people.
How are you going to generate revenue?
Through advertisements and also charging commissions on transactions and also annual fees on the organizers and sport coaches and trainers who operate for our platform. Annual fees basically.
For example, if Woodstock wants to promote a basketball tournament, so we can charge a minimal fees from the school, and we can have Woodstock at the front of our page or at our home page, so that more and more students can interact with it all around India.
What was your cost of this app?
So we are actually in a budding stage right now. We haven't started operating yet, but since we are more oriented or focused on marketing, so we believe that we'll be facing incurring cost and will be non-profitable in the beginning. But once we get a good user base, then we'll start cutting the cost and focus more on the app operations.
What is your target user base?
Our target user base are basically people ranging from the age 7 to 41 or 9 to 41 who are active in sports. It doesn't mean that they are like aspiring sports persons. They can also be people who just want to take part in sports for fun. So that is our active user base. So we want our app to be a default app for everyone who wants to pursue sports or take part in sports activities.
How many active users do you require to be able to have adequate revenue, generate adequate revenue by the end of the year? Do you have a target saying this is exactly how many users we need, how many organizers we need, or how many athletes we need, minimum?
Well, we haven't decided on that yet, but we want that each and every organization, sports organization, recommend our app and their students as well use our app while doing all the tasks regarding the sports activities.
Why should we recommend your app?
You should recommend our app because it is easier, simpler, and as I earlier mentioned that there are no complicated procedures through our app. And when it comes to registering in tournaments through the other methods, one has to go to several places, fill many documents. Here we don't have to do that. You can come to this platform, access all the tournaments and sign up just by providing your details by sitting at your home.
So you're saying I should recommend your app because your app is simple.
Yeah, it's simpler. It's an integrated app for all sports. One does not have to go anywhere in order to, for example, if I play two different sports, then I'll be able to access both the sports using only a single app. It is simpler, it is easier, and it is more convenient for the users to use.
It is also one of it is the single link that is present right now in an app format for a student or an athlete to apply to tournaments. That's another reason.
So it's simple, fantastic. Now if somebody else creates another app. Let's say your competition school, Woodstock school creates an app like this as well, right? And they create it as simply as yours. Same thing. Why should we choose your app?
Well, by the time Woodstock creates their own app, we'll be well established, and also this is our original idea and we've worked really hard for it. So they might copy our app, but the next procedures, they might not be able to copy it. We work with the intention that we want to grow the sports industry in India. India recently hasn't won much medal in the Olympics when compared to China and other big countries. that was our main focus, that we want to grow the sports industry in India. So others might also copy our ad or copy our app or take inspiration from it, but our idea, we are doing it with good intentions and we'll be working hard for it. So that is one of the biggest reasons why our competitors would have a tough time facing us.
If I can just add one more, and we have some online judges, is that correct? So I want to make sure they give them an opportunity to ask questions. Here's my question. Following up on wanting to make sure that this is available to all athletes. Actually, on the other side of that, sports by nature are very organizational, right? You don't often have a freelance athlete, right? They actually usually are a part of either an academic institution or a professional institution. You don't just have a lot of freelance athletes. So have you talked to any coaches or any professional people who do organize tournaments or who coach to see if something like this is really in demand? Because as I think about our sports here at Woodstock, our coaches are very well connected to a lot of different tournaments. They have their schedules set out. They're actually not really looking for anything. It's more like limiting the things that are out there. You know what I mean? The problem is more like figuring out which ones are worth going to versus finding new ones, because that's all a part of professional sports. So do you feel like there is truly a demand for the services that provides?
This sure is, because when we talk about institutions like the Asian School or the Woodstock, we're very privileged people that we get the facilities of accessing sports whenever we want to. But there are many people who don't have that facility. So by our app, we are providing a facility to all the aspiring sports persons. And when the number of sports persons increases, so does the demand for the coaches. And there are many coaches out there who have played in various tournaments and established a name out there, but they are not able to get jobs. So through this app, by clear verification, proper verification, they can become a part of our app, and all our target audience could be directed to them. Anybody who wants to play their respective sports can take part in it. So yeah, I feel like that there is demand, and we have a population of almost 1.3 billion. So I feel like yes, this is a very flourishing industry, and it is surely the demand is there.
So perhaps you're seeing this have different functions for established organizations that already have sports and already, in fact, themselves host tournaments, versus aspiring athletes and groups. And maybe this can be a focus point where people can come together and develop teams that can then enter the tournaments, right? So there's sort of two different functions in that sense. Makes sense.
Last one of the
Yeah, and I don't know if we can flip over to the live streaming. Maybe we could see our Zoom judges.
We had asked the online judges for questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this presentation.
Next up, we have Sakshi and Anushka with their pitch.
Am I audible? Okay. Good afternoon, respected judges and Entrepreneurship Fest team. My name is Sakshi and this is my teammate Anushka. Allow me to start by asking, how many of you like to keep up with trends in fashion? And how many of you find it difficult to use the clothing that you bought 2 months ago to use it after 1 year? Because fashion trends keep changing. Imagine that you had a place to deposit your old clothes on your campus and see them being upcycled. Introducing to you Shka, an online campus thrift store.
So the problem we are facing here is it relates to the environmental impact. As you can see in the data provided, there is an overuse of chemicals because every time garments are produced, there is chemicals required, which again pollutes the environment. There is also a lot of plastic pollution because a lot of latest trends require plastic materials, and that increases plastic pollution. There is also water wastage because the production in the textile factories, production of clothes require water, and so it is really harmful to the environment.
Our target, since our initial business plan is to only execute this idea into our Woodstock campus, our target market is Woodstock campus students. Any Woodstock students who would like to thrift or buy store-made items for cheaper and upcycle can come to our store. Shka is an on-campus Woodstock clothing thrift store. After each semester, each dorm collects about 5 cartons worth of clothes for charity. So in total, Woodstock semesterly collects 20 cartons worth of clothes. Additionally, 12th graders every year hold senior sales at the end of each academic year, where they try to sell their old clothes. To make a system out of this thought, we decided to try and open a thrift store where Woodstock students can upcycle clothes. We will collect all the clothes from dorms and firstly check if they are in good condition. If not, we proceed to separate them. So there are 2 piles, one of clothes that are ready to sell and one of clothes that are defected. Firstly, we will wash them all, and then the defected pile of clothes we will give to fashion students so they can upcycle them. This will provide a real-life opportunity for aspiring fashion designers to try out their skills and also to intern at a shop. We are also open to collecting clothes throughout the year, so a student can come and just give us their clothes. Whatever is sold by the end of academic year whatever is not sold by the end of the academic year will go to charity, and we will send out a school-wide survey to decide which charity those clothes should be given to, so we know what is happening to our clothes. Initially, we're planning to open this thrift store right next to the dorm store below Ridgewood Field. To realistically implement this idea, we will need school authority permission and support. We might need to base rules and regulations according to the authorities for the safety and allowance of students. If possible, we would love to have sales and marketing students intern at our store to run the store. However, if the school authority does not permit that, we will hire employees and pay them with the profit we make.
So for the financials, firstly, we need funding to start our business. So for that, we're going to start an environmental collaborative with schools India-wide. We're going to hold discussions based on environmental topics, and we're going to come up with solutions that each school can implement. Every school will pay an entrance fee for each student, and that is how we will be collecting funding. We need funding because we need about 35,000 INR rupee worth funding, and this will be including the renovation of the space we're using, including the furniture cost and anything we need in the store at the current moment.
With our proceedings, we plan to donate 50% to the school for the betterment of school facilities as installments yearly. We will use the rest 50% of the money to renovate or fix anything that is needed in our thrift store at the end of each year, and for paying our interns and employees. As mentioned before, we will also provide defective clothing to fashion students, and along with that, we will also provide them with any materials they require to upcycle the clothing.
So our business model will, so basically how our will gain profit is by reselling clothes. We're going to be selling them at a way cheaper price than what you can get in fast fashion stores, and this is what will attract students. We will make, as mentioned before, we will make sure that the clothes aren't defected and are in good condition. We will also be upcycling clothes, as mentioned before, with fashion students. So the pieces that will be present at the store will be very unique, and not everybody will have it, which will again attract customers. And we do have competition as well. Our biggest competition will be fast fashion brands, but at the same time they're really expensive and you need to order them online, since you can't go out of campus as of now in Woodstock at least. This is another thing that will add value to our thrift store, since you can physically touch and feel the material. Also senior sale, as mentioned before, Woodstock holds this senior sale where 12th graders try to resell their clothes as they're graduating, but not a lot of people are aware of it, which works to our advantage as we will be marketing and promoting our business.
Our future plans are to expand this idea to other schools. We will do this by the medium of our environmental collaboratives. So the schools that are already there, we will be asking them if they're open to opening thrift stores at their campuses so they can reduce wastage in their campuses. And this collaborative is also going to start the conversation on wastage of clothes already before we even begin our own thrift stores. So it's going to keep the ideas in their head. Thank you. Thank you.
Fast fashion is a real issue, an environmental issue, as well as a larger global consumerism issue.
Yeah.
I would say. And so that's the first question, getting to the why behind this. Do you think that, and this is just a really broad philosophical question, so there's really not a right answer, but part of the problem behind fast fashion is our insatiable need to get something new all the time, right? Without thinking about the consequences of what's left over or the waste that it creates and all of that. Does this project really address that fundamental issue with consumerism? Does it address that, or does it actually perpetuate it in some sense, just at a cheaper cost? I don't know the answer.
Yeah. According to us, it would have been, so everyone has their own way of styling clothes. And so maybe if you don't own a garment and you find it somewhere else, it's again, the aspect of newness comes to you because that's not something you've owned before. So just the way you wear it and the way you style it might just bring the newness you're looking for.
And I think also because, as you said, we all have an insatiable need for new clothes, new this, new that. It's really hard to solve that problem at large because, I mean, it also falls on the hands of consumers, but also on the industries, textile industry. So we're starting small. Obviously, we're also kind of giving them new clothes, but then also we're trying to use recycled clothes, so we're not wasting as much clothes as we're producing. I mean, because mostly, actually all our clothes will be recycled clothes, so at least they're not going down in landfills.
Right. So it's really not so much about sending out a message that we should try to curb that insatiable need for something new. It's more about making sure that we meet it in an environmentally sustainable way.
Yep.
Yes.
So my second question is, even though you have some plans to raise funds for overhead costs and things like that, still the business model fundamentally depends on what? Fundamentally, that rack comes from where?
Fast fashion?
Well,
I mean, like,
from
I mean,
donations.
donations, yeah.
Right, from donations. So, what if something happens, like, who knows, suddenly there's an economic recession and nobody's buying as many clothes, right? Or people, for some reason, don't want to donate their clothes, they find something else to do with them. Or, who knows, there could be a million reasons why donations don't roll in the way that you expect.
Yeah.
How does that impact your business?
Well, for that, when we'll have to think of another fundraiser, because right now all we're looking at with the environmental collaborative is discussions, India-wide school discussions based on environment and how we can help it, stuff like that. And in the scenario that you gave, we might just so our second idea was actually cloud kitchens. She already has a business of cloud kitchens over Bihar, and we would like to maybe then get that as a part of our business funding.
Yes.
Right, so the idea being that this isn't actually just limited to fashion.
Yes.
But it's a larger movement
Right.
within schools, and this maybe is just one of the first.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the first things. Great. Final question for you. Why not just advocate for uniforms? Doesn't that resolve it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I feel okay, this can be a huge debate because uniforms are like a huge thing all everywhere. But to be honest, because I've been in Woodstock for more than 6 years now, I feel fashion is a way we all express ourselves. And obviously, outside of schools, we do not have, like, I mean, especially outside India, which a lot of us want to go for colleges, we do not have uniforms. And then we find it really difficult to like adapt to a place where we have to decide our own clothes, to express our own needs with clothes. And if we're taught that from like day one of our school lives, I think it's much easier because we adapt more when we're children. And again, fashion is a way to express yourself, and we need to learn how to express our emotions by our way of wearing clothes.
Okay. I lied, I have one more question. So just in terms of the overall environmental message, couldn't it be argued that building a habit of donating your clothes to a thrift store actually encourages you to buy more new clothes to replace those old clothes? How would you message this in order to achieve your environmental objectives?
So when you donate to the thrift store, you can also buy from the thrift store. So it works like a cycle. And you know, obviously people will buy more clothes from bigger brands, but then it'll again go into the thrift store cycle. And we just need to spread the correct awareness in the correct way and form a system for it, for everyone to use it properly.
Right, and I think that messaging is really crucial if you want to stay with your larger environmental goals, to say, you know, to encourage buying from the thrift store instead of just, you know, only participating through donations.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think we'll promote that using social media, through CFI events even, and like obviously through our environmental collaborative where we're talking to other schools and raising the starting the conversation on the wastage of clothes in fast fashion.
Do we have any other questions?
I do. Any questions? Yes. You mentioned about opening these stores in other schools. So, how do you propose to manage those stores? Who's going to manage them?
So it's going to be an idea we propose to other schools, and then it's their duty, it's their job, and so it's going to work. It's a similar system we're trying to implement everywhere to help the environment. So we propose it to other schools. If they like the idea and they have the space and the authority to execute this idea, they do it with their students, and we're trying to make it as student-led as possible. So even on the registrar counter and everything, we want Woodstock or any other school students sitting as interns. And obviously, as mentioned before, we are looking forward for fashion students for upcycling.
For upcycling clothes, and for the front desk and everything, we want sales and marketing students so they can actually put their skills into practice and see if that's what they actually want to do. And again, we will also be giving, through this collaborative, we're also going to be talking about our thrift store. So only if ours works, we are going to propose it to other schools. and then we're going to try to talk to other schools. And
yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes, partly. But then how are you going to profit from that or make money out of that? Because the other schools will open their own stores with their own students. So how will you benefit from it financially?
Financially benefiting from other schools, one way for that could be while we propose the idea, we can ask for money in return, as if they want to implement it. So and also for their infrastructure and their area, maybe renovation, we provide the initial funding. We give them the funds first and we act as investors, which then they revert back to us.
Is this a profit or a non-profit model?
It is a profit model.
Okay.
Eventually it should be a profit model.
It should be.
It should be because yeah.
Well, since we already have, we're gonna pay our interns, and we're gonna send some part of our proceedings to whichever school is, whichever school has this thrift store. For example, in Woodstock, we're gonna pay back to Woodstock with some part of our proceedings, but then we're also eventually planning, if we have enough money and while selling, we can eventually turn it into a profit business.
So initially you're saying it's going to be a non-profit?
Yes.
Yes.
As we start, it's going to be a non-profit.
How much revenue do you require to start?
About 40,000.
That's the capital.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out, so you have a slide where you said schools have to pay fees for an environmental discussion. Is that, am I right? Is that the slide?
Yeah, it's a discussion, but then it's like a competition over a year. So it's going to be discussions, and then we're going to eventually hold something like a competition.
Why should a school pay fees for that environmental discussion?
To hear from other schools, to just the provision of a platform where you can hear from so many perspectives.
Another school can have an environmental discussion for absolutely free of cost. Why should they pay environmental discussion?
Another thing we can do with that is provide experts to provide more information in the discussions. So maybe other schools cannot provide the expert knowledge we will.
Not necessarily, there will be experts in other schools too. I want to know why should you choose it?
Because it has a bigger meaning by the end of it. If that.
How do you justify being?
A bigger, a more realistic solution. Because we're initially starting with the idea. So we're going to introduce our idea and then base discussions around it. So.
Okay. Great. Are there any questions on that? Look. Are there any questions? No. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi and Anushka. Next up, we have from Tulis School, Kidspreneurs.
That is the steepest in the senior category. Yes.
Tulaz International School. So.
Am I audible? Yeah. A very pleasant afternoon to judges and one and all present over here. Standing before you is me, Vishnu Loya, with my colleagues Aditya Sinha, Chavi Bhutoda and Anshika Agarwal from the team Kidspreneurs, and we are going to present in front of you our business idea, sponges. Actually, sponges are water animals who clean water and also produce oxygen. So, inspired by them, we want to clean sewage, and out of which we want to produce manure. So that is our business idea. Sounds interesting, right? Manure from sewage. So basically this idea emerged from the consumer problem. Consumer had many problems, like the major problems were chemical fertilizers are harmful for the soil. In the long run, they degrade the quality of the soil. Also, when they enter the food chain, they are harmful for the living organisms who consume the food. And by chance, if there is excessive use of chemical fertilizers, it can lead to crop failure, which is again bad for us naturally. And another major problem was manure availability. Manure is not easily available, and the share of manure in comparison to chemical fertilizers is very less in today's India's market, and if it is available, it is not so affordable for all. For the large farmers it's okay, but for the small farmers it is not so affordable, and the quality of manure is also not so high. So our business idea has a huge target market, which will be explained to you by my colleague Anshika.
In India, half of the population is engaged in agriculture, and out of total consumption, only 0.34% is the consumption of manure or organic fertilizer. So, by selling our product at economical rate to the farmers through government, we will increase the usage of manure or organic fertilizers. Because of this, we have a huge target market. We will start selling our product in northern India, as it is known as the food bowl of India, and there most of the people are engaged in agriculture. Now I would like to call my colleague Chavi to continue.
Our product sponges is made out of sewage. The end products in this process are clean water, manure and biogas. As we can see here, first the sewage passes through these three chambers, and then large materials like sand, grit, plastic pieces are removed from it. Then it is passed to primary clarifier, aeration tank and secondary clarifier, where bacteria is released. When we compress air into it, so that bacteria grows in it and it digests the nutrients present in that. And the nutrients digested there settle down at the bottom of the both tanks, and then they are passed to the sludge tank. Then the leftover top liquid is then chlorinated, and then clean water comes out, which is passed to the lakes. Now the final stage where the sludge is treated, it is decomposed, from which biogas releases, and then the decomposed one is dewatered, and then it is dried in sand dryers, and our end product, which is manure, is ready. Now our manure is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium with 3:2:1 ratio, which is a perfect ratio of a manure. Our manure is completely eco-friendly and doesn't harm people. Our manure doesn't harm the fertility of soil, and it also doesn't result in crop failure if used in a little high amount by failure. With making of manure, our project cleans the environment by treating the sewage. Now I would call upon my colleague Aditya Sinha to give you a brief how we will be going on using the prize amount which we will be receiving.
If we have prize money amount, then we can hire some professionals and start the business, or we can depend upon the amount. May I start from start? If you have the prize money today, we can hire some professionals and start the business, or we can use it as a fixed capital or working capital depending upon the amount. For the further producing, I would like to call Vishnu Loya for the business model.
Now let's talk about the business model. Each business in India today has some raw material cost, but our business, the raw material cost is zero. That is special about our business. And the main cost is processing cost. Processing will be done through machines. As explained to you earlier, the grit and sand tank, sludge and all. So machinery cost at the initial stages will be 5 lakh rupees, which can be recovered very soon. And the first month is break-even point, where we are not estimating any profit, not even any loss. It will be a break-even point, and within the next 4 months we are estimating to recover the capital invested. So it is a very profitable venture. So we are estimating to sell manure at about 7 rupees per kg, which is very affordable cost for even the small farmers. We are thinking of tying up with government. So government is a reliable source, and farmers naturally they will use it, and with word of mouth the marketing naturally goes on. And this is what I should tell about the business model. Next, Aditya Sinha will explain you about the competition existing in the market.
The most special thing about the sponges is there is no competition in India, and the market, this is a unique idea owned by sponges. May I now call Vishnu for the conclusion.
So we believe that business is not done for individual satisfaction, but the societal satisfaction as a whole, and sponges is in line with our belief. Thank you. So we request judges for any queries.
I'm surprised when you say that there is zero competition. I mean, I'm sure there are other players who are into organic fertilizers, as you're mentioning the thing is. I'm sure there must be many companies. How can you say that there's zero competition?
Sir, actually a company exists in America. In India, it's zero competition. The company's name is Myler Genite. It is producing manure out of sewage, and it is running well. And this process is WHO certified. So, but in India, it is not being done currently. So we think of doing it, and it is a simple process, sir, actually.
And with just an investment of 5 lakhs, how many tons of this organic fertilizer are you hoping to generate?
Sir, 10 KLD, 10 KLD, 10 kiloliters per day in the initial stages. Means in the starting first month is the break-even point. So we are not expecting huge sale, but as months progress and quarters progress, we are expecting that sales will increase, and that we sent the financial statements in second stage also. So we think that it is a very profitable venture, sir.
And you said that break-even will be like within 3 to 4 months.
3 to 4
I think
months.
that's what you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
That's actually brilliant.
Just if you can hear your questions or comments a little bit more loudly for the people online, and everyone hears you because you're facing away. Either that or the students can repeat the questions.
Yeah, so what I had asked initially was that I was surprised to hear that they have no competition. So I think he has mentioned that there's only one company in the US which is doing it very successfully. Am I right?
They are doing it, sir. Not so bad, not so much successful, but they are successful because not so many farmers are there. In India, we have many farmers. More than half the population is into agriculture. So we have a huge target market.
So even with the mechanisms that you're putting in place to cut costs for this kind of organic fertilizer, right? Because I do have a question about the terminology there. You're saying manure, but manure I think of as like the direct product, like cow dung, right? So fertilizer is a more processed thing that is fed to plants for growth, right? So it can be organic or not. So the question is, I'm still curious about the price differential, because most of the problems with organic fertilizer are that it's more expensive. And that's why crops typically, there's a whole process to go through to be certified as organic. And the reason that there aren't more are because either the product doesn't work as well, or it's more expensive, or both. Right? So how does your product alleviate those concerns?
First, as our plan was to sell the fertilizer through the government, we will be first giving our product to the government for testing, and so that they can tell the farmers that it is certified and it works. And if it doesn't work, we will work on the further process.
Have you done any research into organic certifications, because they do exist in India and also internationally?
Ma'am, the actually using of manure from sewage, it is WHO certified, and actually the manure or organic fertilizer, it is the same thing, which is prepared from human waste or cow waste or whatever. That is very nutritious, 3:2:1 ratio. That is perfect for plants actually.
Right, so your target audience is only farmers?
Sir, fertilizers are used for agriculture, and
Fertilizers can be used in my garden also.
Yeah, well,
that is correct, sir. But major.
Only to farmers.
But sir, the people who do gardening, they use 1 kg manure. Sir, but farmers require it in 25 kg sacks, 50 kgs, and some require 100 kg sacks also. So the main target is selling it in quantity. And once we establish our base, when farmers are using it, naturally the consumers get attracted to it. And there are many examples like Mama Earth, Patanjali, who are doing marketing by organic name, and our business is also organic totally. So consumers will also get attracted, and they can also. That is later stage, sir. Then we are planning to go pan India also.
Very good. Tell me about give me some data, give me some numbers. I don't know whether you did any homework on that.
Yes, sir.
How much is a
Sir.
Fertilizer? How much is it going to cost?
Cost?
How much is it currently costing in the market?
Sir, currently it is double the cost of what we are thinking. 10 to 15 cost.
What is the cost?
10 to 15, and the quality is also low. Our quality is better than their quality.
15 what?
10 to 15 rupees per kg.
15 rupees per kg in the market.
Yes, sir. The manure which we are thinking, the same manure.
That's what you are going to. That's what you're going to sell.
Yes, sir. We are selling it at a cheaper, at a affordable rate, sir. Around 7 rupees per kg.
What is the cost of making it?
Sir, raw material cost is 0. Because sewage can be inputted free of cost. Government supplies to sewage treatment plants free of cost. So input cost is 0. Only processing cost is there, and daily expenses which we have, like employees salary, and it can be the electricity charges, because we are using machinery, so electricity bill will naturally come.
So it's like there's a cost involved.
Yes, sir. So sir, I'll give you 2-year summary, sir.
Just give me your first 6 months.
6 months, yeah. Sir, actually 4 months will take to gradually get to the break-even point and recovering the capital. And at the end of, I will tell you 6 months, sir. 6th month net sales we are expecting 11 lakhs, and 2.75 lakhs operating expenses, and wages and salaries of employees could be 4.25 lakhs.
Your capital?
Capital was 5 lakhs
Capital was 5 lakhs.
in the starting.
So in the first 4 months you made 11 lakhs.
11 lakhs sales. Okay, so sales is 11 lakhs and expenses are 7 lakhs. So 4 lakhs is our net income in the 6th month. This is our estimation, sir.
So that's a profit.
Yes, sir, 4 lakh profit in the 6th month.
They have broken even, they've recovered their broken even. Yes.
5th month, like that, 3 lakhs and the everything summary.
But you seem to be contradicting yourselves. You just said right now that there is no competition.
Yes, sir.
And now you have said no, that there is other people selling it at 10 rupees to 15 rupees?
So competition in the sense, no one is making out of sewage. They are making it from like they are just keeping the cow dung in the soil, and 1 year after 1 year, they say it khad in Hindi, sir. So the same word is used. So khad they are using it, but that is not so nutritious. After processing, it will be better nutritious, and so we can sell it in the market, sir, at cheaper rate also from sewage.
Only ones making it from sewage.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're saying.
Yes, sir. And actually, manure share in fertilizers is 0.34%. So it has to increase over the years, sir, because soil is degrading, soil quality, and infertility is causing the crop quality also is getting down. So when we use manure, the better crops come out. It takes time, but better crops come out. So naturally, we have to use this in the future, sir.
So I should buy your product because it's more cost effective, or is it?
Sir, many reasons: cost effective, nutritious, and also it's organic.
But there's new technology also coming, hydroponics and stuff like that. We may not even require fertilizer. Aquaponics, hydroponics, etc., etc. So why do we even need your fertilizer?
So that is into the laboratories, and again it is not organic. This is organic again. The same thing. They just want to grow crops earlier, so they are not focusing on the soil infertility. In the long run, we are getting more barren lands nowadays, sir. The soil quality is degrading because fertilizers we are using. The fertilizers will keep the soil healthy for how much time, sir? The soil quality is degrading day by day.
But to bring that soil back into that cycle to make it organic,
Yes, sir.
takes a few seasons.
Yes, sir.
Which is one of the reasons if you've seen what happened in Sri Lanka recently. If all of you have been noticing, that the government took a policy decision to make it all organic.
So
and therefore
that is wrong.
the output in organic products is less in quantity, and yet it takes that cycle of a few seasons and years to make the soil healthy as you're trying to do.
That is the point, sir. Sri Lanka, they totally converted it at one time, which is not possible, sir. It takes time, naturally seasons, as you are saying. First time, if we means not totally into manure, they have to slowly and gradually increase the manure, and as time goes on, our product will be beneficial for them.
Alright, I think you got a great idea, except that I'm still not too convinced about no competition, but it's a great idea.
Competition in the sense, sir, competition is in the sense the process is totally different, and sir, no one is making it out of sewage in today's time in India, and India comprises of 15% of the total world's population, so we have a large consumer base. Yes, sir. Sir, only 32% of the sewage is being treated in India. Ma'am, but we'll have a one-time deal stricken with the government that in the starting we are taking free of cost, and it will be free of cost, and our cost, that is 7 rupees we are thinking for now, we will also not increase it. Means we will take it free of cost, and the 7 rupees will also be gradual. Means if they increase the raw material cost, we will also increase our cost, ma'am. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kidspreneurs. Next up, we have Jazz Burgers from Woodstock School.
Uh, so this is the company we want to start, Jazz Burgers. Our aim for this business is to sell burgers near Tangerine Box. So Tangerine Box is very famous at Woodstock, and we believe that because of its high demand, people may want to eat something. So to go with the coffee, we wanted to open a burger shop next to it. Our aim is to give back to the community. So we will be donating all the profits to Nexus, a non-profit organization in Bangladesh. So we hope this starts a movement and we inspire our juniors and our friends. So yeah.
So over the last few weeks, we have analyzed how dissatisfied everyone are with eating the same food every day. So we feel like people want to have some change alongside, and that's why we have planned to open a burger stall besides Tangerine, and also because there was a high demand for junk food every week.
So this is a poster for the burger. So we are planning to give a mild cheeseburger, a medium cheeseburger, and a hot cheeseburger. So we have veg options and non-veg options both. We are also planning to add a meal idea. So if you want a fries and a Coke together with the burger, then it will be cheaper for you.
So this is our investment for the burgers. Basically, this is the cost of per burger depending on what ingredients we use, and it will differ for what sauces the person wants. This is our total projected costs, which will be, and in the red will be the long-term investments, and costs in the yellows will be short-term investments, and this will be the burger costs.
So next is a youth organization in Bangladesh, and we have already talked to the co-head of the organization, and he's happy to work out a way that we can donate to them. Yeah.
Why are you donating your revenues to an outside organization?
Outside as in like not from India, do you mean like that?
Yeah.
Oh, so like we don't have any particular reason, but we were just looking for charities, and we found an organization that is helping youth in Bangladesh. So we were looking at some cases that are like exploiting youth for producing clothes and cheap clothes.
What if instead of choosing an unrelated organization, right, you connected it to... You can always donate to CFI, that's fine. But you connected it to Jazz Burgers. I mean, so for example, where are you sourcing your food?
So we are planning to get from mostly school.
So we have already talked to Mr. Ketan, so we have asked the menu head, Ashmit, to ask for prices, and because the school buys food in in bulk, so we may get the food for cheaper, like the ingredients.
So is cheap always the highest goal?
No, but like quality is one of the main factors, because the burgers aren't that cheap. Like the veg burger starts from 100 rupees. So we are thinking that being cheaper will be better for us, so we may be able to reduce the price in the future if we're able to make enough profit.
I think that this project could have a much greater impact. Instead of donating all of your revenues to an unrelated organization, you put that money back into the organization, your company itself, right? And we're able to subsidize cost, but you got higher quality materials from local places. So instead of just using the same food sources that we get typically at the dining hall, What if you actually sourced from local farmers or other organizations? It might cost a little bit more than what the large corporations are able to do, but you can subsidize it with these costs, help those local organizations, and also provide something different.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We already have a bit of.
Maybe I should do it.
We can add your name.
His name is Jasper. You can have a special Jasper. But really, what do you think about that? Does that fit the goals that you have?
So goal is to provide back to the community. So one of the slides said that our aim is, as privileged children, we have it all, and we would like to give back to the community. And I think that using local sources of food will help them. And yeah, I think it would be better to do that.
Because you're right, sometimes that can get more expensive when you're not buying on a massive scale like the dining room is, then things do get more expensive. And sometimes smaller scale farmers have a harder time bringing their goods to market, right? But if you worked out something that was more local, you could benefit them as well as providing something that's more environmentally sustainable because it doesn't have all the transportation costs, right? And then you're also providing a unique selling point, something different actually to your consumers than what they're getting otherwise. I mean, it does require the sacrifice of your donation to an organization that you're very interested in. So that's a strategic decision you have to make.
Yeah.
It's helping a different group.
Why have you chosen burgers?
So at Tangerine, they provide us coffee. So to go with the coffee, we were thinking about providing something to eat, and normally burgers. So we are trying different food items and DOMs. We're trying to make it, but we tried the burger and the burger was very tasty. The different sauces, we ordered it from Amazon. That's why we found that burger will be a more tastier option, and we don't know how to cook other stuff.
What percentage of your population or audience takes burger in coffee?
I mean, Tangerine doesn't only provide coffee; it also has Oreo shakes and everything.
Iced tea.
We are planning to provide Coke with it, Coca-Cola, because and already Tangerine are selling drinks, so it would be if we were to sell drinks with them, I don't think that we could stand up against Tangerine because
what is your demand?
Demand. So we asked around in dorms with everyone, and we also made burgers in dorms, and we gave them. They tried it, and they liked our burgers. Yeah, we asked around dorms. So initially
have you conducted a survey?
Yeah, we did a survey.
And that survey had given options.
Our options were.
What were your options?
So our options were sandwiches. Then we were planning to do a bakery, but we don't have the equipment for it. But our option was sandwiches, fries, then pizza and Frankies. And Frankies, people didn't really like Frankies. They chose burgers over sandwiches and Frankies. So.
Burger over sandwiches.
Yeah.
Technically, they're choosing burgers over the school food.
Yeah, I mean.
That was your aim, right?
Yeah.
To eradicate the school food.
Not that. It's because people are bored to eat the same food every day. So once in a week.
You're providing the same burger every day.
It's not
No.
every day. It's once in a week.
It's once a week.
So yeah.
It's only once a week you're providing.
Once or twice.
Because I think if we provide it every day.
They won't come along. I think. Yeah.
You want to provide a burger once a week.
Yeah. Once or twice a week.
Once or twice a week. And how are you going to make profit?
So our costs, we calculated everything according to costs, and we also asked around how many people are the demand for it. So I think we'll be able to cover the costs and make profit in 1 or 2 weeks.
Also, if we look at
twice a week for 2 weeks.
Also, if we look at Dom shows is only open twice a week throughout the week, and whenever I go, there's always a long line over there. It's because if it was open every day, then they wouldn't be having a big sale on Saturday, Sundays.
You order burgers from outside?
Yeah.
Where?
From Dover. we are allowed to do it. Our burgers, we get this the ingredients from school.
No, but are you right now? Do students order burgers from outside?
Yeah.
Where?
No, we are not allowed to order burgers right now. Like Domos is providing Chinese food, and for llamas we are getting.
On an individual basis, you can't order.
Yeah, we can't.
You used to.
Yeah, we used to.
Are you ordering from outside?
I thought because
I don't think you can.
a week last. No, it was during I think Winmumbi.
Yeah. Organizations can sometimes order things from the outside, but not as individuals.
Not individually.
All right. Well, I mean, Woodstock used to have the facility where somebody could order from outside. And let's say, for example, they change the rule and they say, yes, now you can order from outside. So you order a burger from Blue Llama. Right?
But by the time it comes over, it's very cold. Like even llamas pizzas, whenever we order the pizzas, by the time it comes over, it's very cold and very chewy.
And it's only on Saturdays and Sundays. We are planning on doing it on half days, so sometimes on day 3s, we are allowed to go to dorms after 1:30.
Yeah.
So we are planning on doing it during lunch times because it's basically so people didn't want to eat food every day. So once in a week or twice in a week we'll do it during lunch times. And if they allow for burgers from outside, it's only on Saturdays and Sundays, and we are going to do it on weekdays.
So what happens with the leftover burgers? Let's say you have a patty.
Yeah.
Inside the burger.
We can just store it in the fridge, like even in dorms.
So the patties are frozen.
Yeah, because even in dorms we are given senior supplies, so the senior supplies we store it in the fridge. So if we store the patties in freezer, it are the frozen patties, so we have to air fry them or fry them in pan.
It's frozen food, so we'll fry them, and if they are left over, we can just store it again in the fridge.
It's frozen food, but not fresh burger.
Yeah.
Alright. So what about the bread?
The bread. For that we are going to see the demand on the first day. If we'll see how many people come and eat our burgers for like 1 or 2 weeks. Afterwards, we'll see about the usual average demand, and according to that, we'll order the bread. And the rest of the bread we'll just give it back to the school.
What will happen after you graduated?
So that's one of the aim was to inspire our juniors
to continue our
give
shop
back to the
or
community
something.
and open up stalls like us. And we hope that we inspire our juniors to do the same next year. And we can also make them come into this, join this, and continue this next year when we are gone.
So your succession planning is
Like we are planning to make it a cash project as well. So a cash project should be more sustainable. That's why we are deciding to also intern some juniors with us while making the burgers. So currently it's just me, Jay, Amatya, Zenil, Javin. So that's why it's Jazz.
The name is based on our need.
Okay.
You're doing your own competition.
Yeah, I would still say in order to really make this something different, you got to go outside the typical food sources.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're going to run into the exact same issue that you're trying to resolve, which is that everybody's like, yeah, but now we always get those burgers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if it's something really different and special, then you can even have, different ingredients based on the seasons, right? What's locally available, that kind of thing. And then that does make it something really different, and it's a whole cycle of supporting those food vendors, rather than just going with what exists there. So that's something to consider. Great idea. Let's have a jazz burger. Thank you.
Thank you all for your pitches. Now we'll have a short lunch break until 2 o'clock. Please assemble back here at 2 o'clock. Alright, thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. I have two short announcements. Firstly, I'd like to introduce to you two Woodstock alumni and audience members. Their names are Julie and David McCulloch, and they founded and co-owned an ice cream shop in 1977 called Elevated Ice Cream Shop. And when they were in their mid-20s, this was a small tourist town called Port Townsend, Washington. With all the challenges of a seasoned business, they combined their business goals with community goals, and they've been serving the community ever since. So, they've sold their business and it continues to operate successfully today. Let's warmly welcome Julie and David. I'd also like to briefly talk about the prizes of the contest. So we have 6 different prizes. We have the podium finish for the seniors, which is first, second and third place, and we have the first place finish for juniors. We also have the most creative and the most social impact. Thank you.
And it continues to operate successfully today. Let's warmly welcome Julie and David. I'd also like to briefly talk about the
Please welcome Dyumna Madan for the next pitch.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dyumna Madan, co-founder and CMO of Brooks Braintree. So our tagline is someone I'm very close to. Once from me, high school is like a Spanish movie without subtitles, and we essentially want to be those subtitles for high schoolers around the world. So yes, yes, yes. This is yes.
No, I didn't know if it was a presentation by the organization.
No, it,
Okay,
yeah,
alright.
okay,
Okay.
yes, yes. So I'm representing Brooks Braintree, and this is my pitch. So this is a pitch I've actually sent out to investors, and by which we've gotten to Shark Tank Phase 2, and we recently won a business competition. So I've been working on this company for about 2 years now. So when I was in the 9th grade, the sum of 9th grade, me and my co-founder, who cannot be here with us today, we were looking for summer programs. I think a lot of you guys will be applying for summer programs very soon. Do you know what the cost of the Stanford summer program is? It's about $4,921. It's expensive, which is it comes up to about 4 lakhs. this is not money we were able to ask our parents for a 2-week summer program. That coupled with another, in 98 we were lost, we didn't know what we wanted to do in college. So recently I went for a startup meet, and there was this engineer who was like, if I knew what engineering was going to be like, I wouldn't have taken this. So what we are depriving high school students of is giving them that taste of college life and what your major is going to look like. So these were our essential problem statements. So again, just to reiterate, so another thing was finding a community for teenagers. Now it's hard. I come from a small school in Goa, wherein people say Woodstock's a bubble. I disagree. It is to some extent, but the connections we're able to make are unparalleled compared to a small school in Goa where we have no networking opportunities, and you really have to put yourself out there, and it's all online. So we want to give them that community where you can find your next co-founder, someone to game with, someone with similar interests who's also trying to figure out high school. So as I mentioned, they're confused about college. Traditional schooling doesn't teach soft skills, podcasting, publishing, music, all of which I've been able to explore at Woodstock, but we are the top 1%. And so I believe there's a big target market. This is not only bound to India, but we have gone global with this. Yeah. So in our solution for our first pilot program in 2021, we had 26 courses across various fields. Shom, can you please switch to the website? That's right, the next tab. Yeah, that. Can you go on summer program? Summer program, 2021. Yeah. Now, me and my co-founder, we met at this winter camp. Alright. The thing was, over there were courses like how you can create your superhero for your comic. Now, this is not something kids in South Asia want to know about. They, while they do, like, obviously they're interested in it, but we were also looking at it from a monetization perspective. Like, let's say my parents, my very Indian parents, would not let me take a course in comic books, right? But if there was something along the lines of math, science, business, psychology, something that could translate more stably, they would. So yeah, if you can keep going down, these were our offerings. And okay, Shwam, can you go on 102 LS? Yeah. Okay. Scroll down. Scroll down. Yeah. So we had instructors from top colleges around the world. This year it was more, the first year we had more personal connections that had come in to teach, but this year we had Daniela Andrade from Harvard teaching psychology. So basically what happens is, when we go into psychology, like a lot of my friends, they want to learn, okay, why am I sad? Alright, but the thing is, psychology has the legal part, the ethical part, which students don't know about. When they go to college, they'll have to learn all of that. Like, it's not just going to be the fun stuff. So she came in and she taught her first year coursework that she learned at Harvard. First year and about half of second year. You can go back to the presentation. Right, you can go down. So our first year we had 800 students, no marketing. Our next year we had 4,200 students with organic marketing again. Our reels hit about 100,000 people for free. But our main sources were Facebook, Telegram. I'd like to show you something in terms of our impact. I'd like you guys to have a look at the countries. They're a bit cut off, but these were the diversity of countries we had. So we wanted to reach low-income students that actually can't afford these summer programs. We did have our privileged Asians in there, but like we had countries like Nepal, Malaysia, Tunisia, Egypt. We had a lot from Ghana. Okay, so we had Zimbabwe, Russia. It was a ton of students. So from Bangladesh, we had 19-year-olds join into our program. Alright, the thing is, because they didn't have those resources in high school and they're not able to access that quality of education in college as well, so these were the type of people we were able to impact. We had a 53-year-old join our program as well and take the psychology course. So we were able to impact students and learners, I'd call them learners, from all around the globe. While we are focused on high schoolers, me and my co-founder decided we wanted to reach as many people as possible. Yeah. So to explore, there are a lot from India, but yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So we can see a lot of Bangladesh as well. Most of our students are from Egypt, which I find very interesting. So a goal of mine was to get 5,000 students this year. Now the day before registrations closed, we had only 800 students, and that was kind of heartbreaking. So the next day at the opening ceremony, we talked to them, we told them the vision. The vision was, we want to grow together, we want to make a community that makes an impact. Like, people have told me I dream too big. I disagree. I think high schoolers have the power to change the world, and we want to give them that avenue. After that talk, the next day, we started like a referral program. Those usually do not work. I had no hope. But about 3 or 4 days later, our registrations were up to 3,200 because they were sharing with their friends. Because there is a need in the market to learn and grow together. Next slide. This is all the feedback we got. I'll just give you guys a minute to read over it. But from the first one, it was, I met these people and they started a company together where they are helping high schoolers with college applications. Alright, for the second one, it was again career and college applications. Help me explore and dive deeper into my passions. So what we want to do is we want to show not only South Asians, like around the world, you can be a bartender and make good money out of it. You can be a skateboarder for a living. So while it is easy to sell those traditional courses, that's not what our main vision is. Our main vision is to talk about these unconventional career paths, give high schoolers an avenue to explore all of these paths by experts and college students who are ready to help them out. If you can. Yeah. So this was the pitch we'd sent out to investors where we'd asked for 6 lakhs for 10%. Thing is, that is to, our main issue was, like for our law program, we had both of our instructors back out 3 days before the program. We're unable to pay these instructors. What we have with them is we have that emotional connect. We know you would have loved this as a high schooler. We want this as high schoolers. Can you please help us? Right? We are dependent on their passions. Like one of our instructors who was doing a master's in engineering taught a Spanish course, right? Where she talked about language, culture, and geography in Spain. That is where our main point lies, where we want to take the passion of these instructors and help them translate that into the students, right? We can't command anything because we're not paying them. That is why we need money. That's what we're going to do with the money. And the market size is massive, although Indian edtech is unstable right now. Since we do have people, like I think about 40% of our audience was from Egypt, which I find very interesting, because then there is a lot of these communities where it's not like every company is in edtech who's teaching you how to get into JEE and NEET. Alright? Yeah, Shivam, can you go down? For our future plan, what we want to do also is we want to reach maximum amount of people from low income backgrounds. So we do want to have a winter impact program. Now someone came up to me and they were like, why would Indians want to take these courses when they're focusing on JEE and NEET? So we also want to explore that avenue where we want to give, but the thing is there are already a lot of companies in this space. But let's say someone like from my school in Goa, they wouldn't do a course called Bain's Identity and Moral Agency, right? And get into the ethical and law side of psychology. Maybe we bring it down a level where it's more like understandable, digestible, and then like one of our main problems was with all our Egypt students, they were unable to understand English very well, so the pace was too fast. So you want to maybe set up a foundation program where we give more of an equal opportunity to these kids who aren't at that level of education yet. And yeah, Shubham, wait 1 second. Keep it up. Upar ja. Yeah. Yeah. So we really want to make this a community. That's our main selling point. That's why people have joined. For that community that's going to help them at every step. So we do want to start a Discord, so we want to start those competitions up. And we also want to bring on these college students for year long. We want to bring them on as advisors that can help them through every step. There's this guy Ranveer Alabadia. He runs Beer Biceps. Alright, I don't know if a lot of you guys know him, but he asked the owner of TEDx talks, what is it that I'm doing wrong? She said, you know, you're giving out all this information, but you're not hand-holding them. A lot of people need hand-holding, which is what we want to delve into slowly. Yeah. So for our competition, yeah, Shubham, go down. For our competition, first, we have BlueLearn. I was the head content writer there. They recently raised $500,000 US. So they have this community, but for college students, where they're helping them get into careers. It's more like, so obviously they won't have that summer program to help them explore these subjects, because college students generally, like, they know what they're going to master in after they've seen the first year, right? But there's no focus on high schoolers. Alright. Then we have Nova. They've also recently raised good money, but it's more like they're targeting the top, all the students on LinkedIn, but there's no actual conversion or application. And there are other free summer programs, but the main issue is they're only focused on, let's say, STEM or only business. But I wanted to have a program where I could do physics, but I could also do psychology. Like, I take 2 courses, and we had kids taking 3-4 courses. Yeah. This is small bias because we are, a lot of investors, when I go up to them, they're like, this one time I went to a startup meet, talked about my idea. They said, it's a cute idea. So they're not taking us seriously because we're high schoolers, but I do believe we're at the ground level of these problems and we understand the frustrations of teenagers. Like, yeah, I could send out a feedback form and understand all of that as well. But I do think we are putting our best foot forward. And yeah, I've mentioned a lot of that. Yeah, go down, please. Yeah, so building a community, and essentially we do want to translate to offline workshops one day. That was one of our main aims. On this screenshot here, you'll see it's all word of mouth. It's all word of mouth. So we do want to globalize it. We want to partner up with other teen communities. We want to start doing paid marketing, and expansion is big on our minds. Like when they say they don't teach these conventional subjects in school, we do want to like go into finance, but that's a bit far into the future. Right now we're focused on continuing to build that community, and we do want to monetize our next program in the summer. Please go on. So that's me and Aishik, and we have TAs, and yeah. My last thing is, our next step would be, if you ask why monetize, right? Why they're going to pay if they've already had 2 years for free? So we were considering merging with this platform called Intern Nova. So what we want to transition into is have these kids do the course. Let's say it's a psych course. Finish it, give them that certificate, and we'll have partnered. So Intern Nova gives teenagers internships. We want to partner with them. We want to partner with companies and say, okay, these are your kids. We're giving them a base in these subjects, and we think they'd be valuable work experience wise because they can help make your brand Gen Z, and they can help target that market as well. So that is the future plan with this, and yes, I'd like to stop it at that. Thank you so much. Yes. Any questions?
I have some concern. I think it's a great idea which you're really working on in terms of building that community at the school level and the whole program which you mentioned. But I have some concerns about your monetizing this thing.
Right.
That as soon as you try to bring in a fee structure to
Right.
it, currently you have, I think, 4,200
Yep.
sign-ups.
Yep.
Then don't you see that?
Hi, I don't know if I can be heard.
Yes. So
Can we be heard?
yes. Should I come back?
I'll put it in the chat, it seems.
Okay. So we have okay, so something that happened at the program was we give webinars. So every week it starts with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday webinars on different like career fields and resume building, stuff like that. And then we have our courses, right?
Yes.
So for one of these webinars, we had a college counselor come in, alright, and we considered, okay, these kids from Egypt, they're not going to be able to pay much, but after our session, 7 kids reached out to the college counselor and 2 struck deals with the college counselors for 4 lakh rupees, just off of a 30-minute webinar which had only 40 kids in it. So I do understand your concern. So one of our other monetization strategy is to partner up with maybe these college counselors or these companies that we're giving interns to. But the thing is also our retention rates have been low. Like we start a class off with 300 students in the Zoom, and for our last class we have 150. So we think monetizing it will leave us with the serious students. Like an issue we had was security concerns, right? Where someone is in the WhatsApp group, they have all of these numbers, they can do whatever they want with it technically, right? But when we bring in that money aspect, yeah, maybe from 4,200 it's going to go down to 500. But then we have that serious base of students that we can continue building off of, which is where we come from.
So what kind of challenges do you foresee?
Figuring out the payment model is going to be hard, I think, because we started it off as a, there's a $5,000 program, we're going to give it to you for free, and we have sold it as that free. So monetizing it, even a low $10 fee, I do see us losing a large customer base. Another issue is, at the end of the day, we are high schoolers who, if we're not going to raise funding, then college and this might die out. Indian edtech is unstable right now.
Well, I mean, it's not necessary that you're going to lose your clientele.
Yeah.
Just because you're putting a value.
Yeah.
Sometimes the value is important to give your own brand that value.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is I was talking to you informally earlier, saying what Mr. Amani had done with Geo and the Geo phone is exactly the same thing that we're doing.
Yeah.
Is initially giving everything for free.
Yeah.
And when people got used to it and saw the value to it, then put a at the market level, suddenly introduce a monetary amount.
Yeah.
And then everyone says, okay, we'll pay because we like the service.
Yeah.
You see, people are not, they're not going to join you, or they're not going to believe in your brand because of the money.
Yeah.
And money should not be
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me again
the
now.
reason why anybody should or should not choose to be with you.
So great presentation, great pitch.
Your basically belief and your objective and your purpose, is it solving the purpose?
Yes, I believe it is.
You think it's solving the purpose?
I believe it does.
And you're going to think of how resilient is your brand.
Right.
Monetizing it, even a low $10 fee. Change in political scenarios, change in choices.
Yeah. So
that's what you say. You have a contingency plan.
right.
What's yours?
So we are, like I mentioned, like right now we're at the ground level of the problems, but in 2 years we won't be. Like we're going to be at college. So but we have, like last year, 2021, we had a team of 80 people working under us. This year we had only 4. So in terms of contingency plans, the summer program, the thing is, how people say you got to be passionate about like what you're starting, right? I am not a very strong believer in like academics is going to take you to where you want to be, like 100%, like that's the only path, right? So I do want to delve into the more unconventional spaces where it's like, we're teaching these kids finance, how to market yourself, stuff like that. So right now our plan is to delve into various avenues and figure it out along the way, like have this winter program, have this community where we have these competitions, and maybe have an exclusive path where we have college advisors. So in terms of contingency plan, we're going everywhere, which isn't the best idea probably, but that's also why we are looking for mentorship and investing to maybe direct us into a certain path.
People are going to invest in you if you're in the contingency.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Otherwise, if you've given data that says from 21 down to 4, that means you've rather dropped almost 80% in people who were part of you or
Working for us. But that was very intentional. Because we had that team of 80 still, right? And we told them, okay, we don't want to continue working right now because it was very haphazard. With first we had a flat hierarchy, now we have a vertical hierarchy. So we do see that for these amount of students right now, it's better to be sufficient because all 80 of them are high schoolers. And working with high schoolers is an issue sometimes because we all have all these other things and your priority is not always something you haven't started. Like for us, I remember working 20 hours on the weekend, on Sunday, on this one course, right? Where things were going wrong. But I don't expect that dedication from other people. But when you have those 3 people you can trust, I think that's better than having those 80 kids that you don't know what they're doing really. They're all working in outreach. Yes.
So there's a question on the chat. Yeah, so by Mr. Ray.
Yes.
So it's like, what percentage of people who sign up for their courses and start the courses actually end up finishing them?
Right. So we had like one example I gave was we had 300 kids start off in our coding course, Intro to Python, and we ended it with 150 students. So our retention rates, I wouldn't say they're terrible because the program is free, but that is also why we want to monetize so that we have the serious students stay and our retention rate is around 80 to 90%. But right now it's 50%. It's an average of 50% through the classes.
No question. I have one last question. Sorry, no question. One last question. How many people are actually benefiting? You see, there's one data set which says that these number of people are in the program.
Yeah.
Well, how many people are going to benefit from it? You have that number. Because ultimately the success of your program in the long run will depend on how many people actually benefit.
Right. So I'd like to mention one story. So we had Sayyeda Tahiyat Ahmed. She was our 3rd member that worked with us. So she was an alumni of the 2021 program. Now she's from Bangladesh. All right. She went to college in Dubai. A friend she met at Brooks is in Dubai, and when she went to college to Dubai, that friend helped her settle in to the city and actually guided her around and was her friend for that short while, right? So we've had feedback forms go out, we've had individual interviews with a lot of our consumers. We do see an impact being made. Of course, I think we can do it better, where we can have a much wider reach, and it's not only like last 800 batch, out of them I think about 650 were Indians and privileged Indians at that. So we don't have the exact numbers as to how many are getting impacted, but we have seen the stories, and we do wake up every day excited to keep working on this because of the kids we're able to impact. So, yeah. Yes.
So, my question is, first of all, the instructor retention.
Yes.
So how often do you have instructors become repeat instructors?
Right.
And then also, how do you ensure the quality of those instructors? What do you do in your feedback to ensure the students are getting what they need from that instructor?
Right. So as for our retention rate, so our first year, all of our instructors were personal connections. All right, where me and Aisha called everyone up and we were like, please do this for us. So it wasn't most of them weren't as passionate. So this year we had a whole fresh batch of instructors, where we didn't take anyone from our previous course because of the feedback. It wasn't negative feedback. We wanted to try a completely fresh batch for this one, so we have maybe for next year if we should retain or not. So as terms of, they are passionate because they're doing this for free. Like our physics instructor taught his physics course as well as a coding course. Like when I was talking to him about, okay, can you teach his physics course for us? While he was leaving the call, he said, I have a question. Can I please teach another course as well, because I'm passionate about Python. So we have these instructors putting in weeks of their time in making those lesson plans. We do give them an overview, a general guideline sort of procedure. And for our second year, we've had kids from Howard, Stanford, Yale, Georgetown. We've tried to keep it to the top 50. First, it was initially, I'm the marketing person, I'm the chief marketing officer, so it was key. The students will come because of brand value. But we do want to ensure that they're from top universities and that they're passionate. Thing is, we're not paying them, so we can't ensure that, you know, we show up 15 minutes before time or send us your lesson plans a month in advance, which is why we need that money, but they are passionate about what they're doing.
And I missed the part, I may have missed it because I was working with some of the remote
Right.
judges, but what did you do in that situation where the two instructors for law bailed on you at the last minute?
Right, so that's actually, so we reached out to our instructors that were there with us, and we were like, we need a law instructor, could you maybe search around in your university? So we took Areeb. Is India, All India rank 49 in law. Okay, he was our only Indian professor, because students come in, they want instructors only from the US. It's a stigma, but we are trying to see what we can do about it. Areeb was our best instructor. So we had Areeb and another guy come in, and whenever that guy would come in, he was from London School of Economics. She was from London School of Economics. So they'd ask, where's Areeb? So this is a game right now that we're playing on contacts. And that is why we want to get the word out and have people inquire. This year we did have inquiries to become professors. But yes, we did get that from one of our contacts. Yes, can we take questions from the audience? Yes, yes please.
Thank you. Your presentation has been very impressive.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I do have a question.
Yes.
In the early part of the presentation, you focused on how your competition does not teach the soft skills.
Yes.
And that I thought that was going to be your focus.
Right.
But as we went through, I
Yep.
was hearing more about the subject matter.
Yes.
And so how are you planning to, or how have you been planning to educate them and help them with their soft skills?
Right. So essentially at the starting, like when we had a lot of these Indian students, they didn't really come in and understand the importance of, let's say, resume building. So throughout the week, our week was structured Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday. You come in, you learn soft skills. It's about resume building and leadership and how to market yourself and stuff like that. So what we did was, initially we made it compulsory for them to attend these webinars on soft skills if you want to get your certificate. So the Friday, Saturday, Sunday courses you have to come for, but you have to come for these webinars as well. That is how initially we drove in the importance of soft skills. And then throughout the year on our Instagram and Facebook channels, we keep putting out, this is the way you can build your LinkedIn profiles. Like we have a lot of posts and we have a lot of reels on those subject matters. So what we're trying to do is right now we're trying to create value and put that knowledge out there, and hopefully it does catch on, and we have, instead of just the 50 people showing up, we have about 100, 150 show up. So we are doing our part to tell them that this is very important for a holistic development. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dimna. Next up we have Bravehearts.
problems in the society. So the first problem scenario is problem of single working women. Profit is the lifeline of any business, and if there is no profit, then the business will abruptly end. So the target market is single parents, nuclear families where both parents are working, and others who are also going through the with same problem. These people will require ready solution, which we will be providing. They will not mind spending few bucks to get the solution, and this solution providing will fetch us our profit. There are firms like Shadi.com, Urban Club, which are already in the market and have become multi-million-dollar companies in a very short period of time. So can we.
So here we are to answer the unsettled questions of parents of whether a parent should choose to give love and not being able to fulfill their needs, or to fulfill their needs at the expense of love. And we say the best choice is to give them an adequate amount of love and at the same time be able to fulfill their needs. And to help you with this, we are here with our firm, Mother's Care. Thank you.
Any questions?
I think first of all, there is this concept of trademarks and service marks, which you guys need to be aware of. It means that all names and brands are mostly registered. Mother Care is a very famous brand already internationally. So I don't know if you can ever register this name.
That's Mother's Care. Mother Care.
Yes.
And it's Mother's Care.
You doesn't have an S. It's also Mother Care.
Actually, it's misplaced.
So Mother Care is a registered trademark.
Yes.
Even when you have similar sounding names,
Yes.
they may not register your name. I'm just informing all the kids that you need to be aware of trademarks and service marks registrations for the names and brands which you keep.
Did everyone hear that?
Any other questions?
Yeah. So, why should a family trust you? Why should a family trust you? You're giving them a resource from your organization. Why will a mother or a father trust you with a 1-year-old kid?
So like you have mentioned, we are providing us USP, that is called, like they will be able to live monitor their child when they are with us. So it can be in our center or at their house, but we will be providing them live of everything what is happening.
I can take somebody else from anywhere. I can have a servant, I can have a babysitter, and I can live monitor them. I want to know, but why do I choose you?
So first of all, like it's nowadays, like it's very difficult for like in metropolitan cities to find a helper who will, that to a trustworthy helper who will take care of the child. But we are providing you in just one click. Like we are coming to you. You are not coming to us. We are coming to you. And at the same time, we are providing you with trust, like giving the life.
You are providing a service.
Yeah.
How can I trust the service that is being provided? That also with my child.
So we will provide you with the person's Aadhaar card number, contact number, profile.
If you have
All
any
records will be
doubt,
there
a parent can
with the firm.
anytime check the details of the service provider.
Right then. You can give me all your information. How do you build trust? Trust is not built on the basis of an Aadhaar card or a passport or a valid ID card. How will you build trust in your business? That is the crux of any client and business relationship. Is trust. Is at the core of it. How will you build trust? It's something very, very sensitive.
Demonstrating you not only understand the need, but how to fulfill it.
Yes. And is it only for mothers? What about fathers who are single
No,
fathers?
they are obviously
Should be for fathers
parents.
here also?
Yes,
should
but
it be
they are
for parents
providing
here?
mother's love to the child. Like a child up to a certain age, they obviously need mother's care and love and affection.
What about single fathers?
We are also, we sell single parent and double working parents. But the name is Mother's Care because we are providing mother's love to the child.
So you only have women then? he's only catering to women in your organization.
No, not that is not what I meant. But these things.
The kind of people, who are the people who are going to work in your organization? What type of people? Right? The gender that's working in your organization is only women. Right? What is your objective? Provide?
Mothers.
Mother. Or is it to provide jobs to women?
No, sir.
Or is it to help people? Or is it to generate revenue? Or is it to make profit? We're talking about profit.
So we will
What is your purpose? I'm trying to say that.
we will try to make balance in all of that sectors.
You can't balance everything. You need to have one purpose. You can't have 10 purposes.
So we are here to.
What is your purpose?
We are here for the profit by solving the problem.
You're here for the profit, you're here for the money.
Yeah.
But money is a byproduct of what you do. It is not the reason of why you do something. You don't work just for money.
Yeah, obviously, sir.
But you are saying that you're working for profit.
Because sir, at the end of the day, we have to provide salaries to the employees and whoever. So for that, we have.
That's a byproduct of what you do.
Yeah.
The byproduct of your service, based on how you provide the service, and based on the reasons of why you're providing the service. Right? It is not the reason why you're providing the service. Everybody wants to get rich. But that's the problem, it's not the solution. Right? This is I was telling this to this is Walter and Sita outside. Is money is your in a car, it's like money is your fuel, right? The car is your business. Do you buy a car so that you can fill fuel in your tank? Or do you buy a car because you want to go from point A to point B and the fuel will give you that ability to go from point A to point B? Right? Yes. You can't be working for the money. You don't buy a car so that I can go to the petrol pump and fill fuel. That can't be your objective of buying a car. Right? The objective of this your organization cannot be to make profit.
No, sir. Like for providing the need, like the up to the mark of the mothers and parents, we need the money. So that's.
No, and I think that I think you've done a wonderful job of identifying a need, saying how you can fulfill that need. But I think what Mr. Rao is getting at is finding that passion and the way that you're going about it to say how are you going to differentiate yourself in that? How are you going to add that family touch, that quality of care? Not just like that someone can peek in anytime, but how do you ensure that that's very quality care where people feel very comfortable, knowing not only that they can see, hear, but just knowing that influence around their child 24/7 is going to be a positive. So yeah, so I think that's just the area he was perhaps encouraging you to develop it in. But thank you so much. Okay. Do we have anything from our remote judges?
No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bifat. Next up, we have divergence.
Have you sent your PPT to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Handheld mic and yes. Judge, I would request you to use the handheld mic for asking the question.
of the mic around.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
तो अभी के लिए बंद करते हैं. Sure.
This is all right.
अभी ये नीचे रख दो ना. अभी के लिए. I can just leave this. Oh.
This is a level, sort of level down. And I can only say this because she's not here. We keep that classified, right? What happened in Woodstock stayed in Woodstock. Yes, we always say that in our class reunion, whatever happens up in the hills stays in the hills.
Until, yeah, and then you get them all together on the hills again and they're in the middle again. And then, yeah. And people like me get to find out all about it.
Interesting.
So this is the mic that we'll be using. Hope that's fine. The podium mic's off right now. Plus, some people can't hear it with the podium mic. That's why I need to transition. I hope that works.
Yeah, that's fine. That should be okay. But can we stand there? Is that
Yeah,
Check,
just stand there,
check.
just use this mic.
Missouri International School.
Here first.
Juniors.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, everyone. We're the team Divergence from Missouri International School. I'm Avni Niotia, that's Saira Grewal. Behind me are Niyati and Arika. And today we're going to be presenting to you Red. So the idea of Red stemmed from our belief that all women deserve the best, no matter what their background is. And through Red, we aim to provide period care to everyone, even to people who can't afford it, through the donations that we hope to make through our profits. We as females ourselves go through this cycle every single month, and this cycle brings along a kaleidoscope of emotions where we look for comfort in the smallest of things. Red is just that. It's comfort in a box because we realize that not every single period is the same.
Red is about raising awareness, providing comfort, and building trust. It intends to be a brand that specializes in the feminine hygiene industry. We intend to begin with period care kits and progressively expand. Our organization will work with e-commerce platforms such as Amazon and Flipkart. The period care kits will be separated into 3 categories: first-timers, teens, and mothers, each having their own special touch. Our products will range around 800 rupees. We intend to launch our company using numerous sources such as crowdfunding, bank loans, and other financings. According to our requirements, we will meet minimum amount of 4.5 lakhs to start up this online enterprise.
So this is the list of our main products that you get in a kit, along with a special something according to what kit you buy. So we have a journal where you can record all your emotions, thoughts. You have fun facts, myth busters, and trackers, so you can keep track of what's happening to you. You have menstrual cups and pads. We have tea and chocolate. We have a face mask. We have acne spot patches, and we have a cramp relief oil.
In 2021, the worldwide feminine hygiene products market is expected to be worth $25.2 billion USD. Pads, closely followed by tampons, are the most often used menstrual hygiene products. Typically, the market demands for low-cost, long-lasting, and easily accessible good. Market demands vary frequently, so we strive to stay one step ahead of the competition by addressing their current and near future wants and needs. We shall meet our clients' needs by putting ourselves in their shoes and understanding their point of view. Demands. The expanding market has a wide range of demands. This concept also applies to feminine hygiene industry, where women are looking for more pleasant, safe, and feel-good features in the product. Keeping this in mind, we will attempt to meet these demands.
Menstrual cups and pads are reusable, reducing expenses and benefiting the environment. We have chocolate and tea, which releases dopamine and help with those bad mood swings that we know everyone has. The cramp relief oil helps during a bad period cramp. Impurities from your skin are removed by the acne spot patches. This face mask is a mixture of materials designed to help you unwind. We have a journal with sections on how to use a pad and menstrual cups that is quite helpful, so it may help the first timers with information and facts so they aren't that scared. As the market expands, so will the competition. Our competitors are Plush and Noah. We look forward to working together, and while staying in the market will be difficult, we believe we can acquire the trust of the customers.
We plan to start this organization with the prize money. We even plan to expand our business once we have enough resources. We plan to start up individual products as well as a feedback side where people can openly comment on our products. This will help us improve our products and come up with new ones.
Speaking about profits, 5% of each sale will be donated to charity, with the ultimate goal of donating 30% to women's shelter and other charities once the company is stable and established.
Now we wanted to just talk about some of the reasons why women feel pressured by the society when they are on their period. So we have a couple of myths. Myth number 1, a woman should not talk about her periods in public as it is shameful. If we don't hesitate to talk about yesterday's baseball game or the newest TV show, why should periods be any different? Myth number 2, a woman should stay away from the others by sleeping in another room or not entering the kitchen when she's on her period. Menstruation is not contagious and it causes no harm to anyone else unless you're disgusted by it. That's just a thought process. And now, we know a lot of consumers might have doubts about menstrual cups as to how they work or if it's dangerous. So we just wanted to debunk some myths about that as well. So one very commonly asked question is, can a menstrual cup get lost inside your vagina? No, it cannot, because your vaginal canal extends to only 3 to 4 inches and it's protected by the cervix. So the cervix essentially stops your menstrual cup from moving anywhere and it just helps it stay there. And another question that is very frequently asked is if it's painful or it causes discomfort. Actually, it does not. It's a very comfortable solution to normal disposable products, and it's made out of 100% medical grade silicone. And this product, if it's placed correctly at the vaginal canal and it's open properly, it should really not cause any discomfort. So this is an example of how you can easily use a menstrual cup as well.
In conclusion, we would like to say that being safe for environment and for our body is our main objective, and we hope to strive to meet these goals. We aim to be consumer friendly and hope to subvert the patriarchy. Thank you.
Rajesh, no questions? Okay. A great presentation, very good. This is very, it's a very bold and a very brave presentation, and definitely for everybody, not just for women or not just for girls. I want to know, why have you chosen this?
So the thing is, menstruation, especially in Indian households, is a very taboo topic to talk upon. But then the times are changing, and why shouldn't our thoughts change?
This is very,
If we are
it's very bold and a very brave presentation, and definitely for everybody,
ages from the
not just for women, not just for girls.
From the beginning of when women came into existence, why shouldn't that topic be spoken upon as well?
What I'm trying to ask is, are you trying to raise awareness? Are you trying to solve a problem?
The problem over here, a very big problem, is that, again, it's taboo. So we want to raise awareness along with helping the women feel more comfortable and safe about themselves. So they feel, because they get very weird when they're on their period. People get very weird when they're around people on their period. And we just want to help people feel comfortable about themselves.
So that's what I'm trying to understand is, what are you trying to achieve through this?
They don't like expanding their boundaries. They don't want to approach anybody because they think that it's shameful for them. It will bring disgrace to them somehow. But this is a very natural thing, like breathing. It's just that from that particular time, you might just feel like uncomfortable. But we want to spread awareness of how normal this is, and also our products will help in a way. Because we are creating our profits, and also our products are environment friendly. So it's not only about spreading awareness, but also being safe with our own bodies.
And the environment, because environmental concerns are a big issue.
Okay.
No, I agree that the environmental concerns are very important, and also the awareness and the community, and I applaud you all for approaching this and for doing it with what appears to be uniform passion for it within your group. You all seem very committed to this idea, and I think that's really great to see. My question was more, you mentioned your competitors very quickly, and how do you think, what are some of the key things you think you can learn from your competitors, but what are also some of the ways you think you can differentiate yourselves from them to create something of your own in the market, which is a huge market and does have room for new ideas and new things, but how would you go about doing that, and how would you go about making those first moves into your marketing?
So like one of our major competitors like Noah, Flash, Pizza, because even these brands put out their products in the same industry as ours. But the one thing which makes us different is our products. We provide kits, a combo of everything which a woman might need, and we also customize them, and we are also planning to sell them individually. We empower women. We try to tell women that it's okay to try something new.
Because that our current
categories: first timers, teens, and mothers. So we especially add aspects like when we see mothers, we are or teenagers, we are adding sugar scrubs for some. We are adding a face mask. We are adding pimple patches. So we are putting our initiatives to specialize and make them feel special. So at their age.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Audience question. I don't know if this will reach. No, this will reach. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
online.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's gonna go.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, Mr. Vivek has quite a few questions for you guys. So, he'll just be speaking through here and you can converse. Yeah, so.
Hi. Hi. Should I ask now? Somebody gives me the thumbs up. Okay, great. So really great presentation by you. And as everybody has said, indeed, a bold subject that you've taken on and handled right up front. I think what would make potentially your business plan also better for people is to talk about what people are currently doing actually today. What are they using? Okay, so what are people actually using today? What are the current mechanisms that they're using to deal with their period today? And then some financials on what their costs are today compared to what using a menstrual cup would be. You talked about 800 INR as one number, but I think if you put a bit more of that effort into your presentation, that would be very helpful for people to understand.
I got the second question.
What are the current
In today's world, women are usually using disposable, cheap, like which are affordable pads, which are not usable and which are usually made of plastic or such materials which cannot decompose, and it's harmful for the environment. And so advertisements usually put that feel good factor in it, like if you go, it's fragrance is there, the print is there. That's why they get attracted, but they use it, but not knowing how harmful this product can be for their body. Okay, we try to provide a safe, problem-free product, and also when it comes to awareness from where they get from their friends, from their mothers usually, because about the Indian household system, and usually it's very secretive that you got this information from your friends or either your mother. So, but we are providing them proper information in a journal which about how to use it, mythbusters, and also all of those which might just give them more information about themselves as well as their surroundings.
So even the current women, even if they use biodegradable pads, which are a new thing as well, these pads are extremely expensive and they aren't affordable. And that's why people have to revert back to the classic plastic ones that are chemically motto to empower women. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I think you also have the ability to make it very profitable by what you just said, that the combining a trading operation with also part manufacturing, which means you can also create your own brand when you make those pads with fabrics, right? You can have your own brand. Similarly with the oil, as you said, if you manufacture it yourself, you can put your own brand of that oil as well. So it's a great combination which you very good.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Vyaparis. Vyaparis?
It's working? Hello? Hello? It's in the pen drive. Hello. Greetings to one and all present here. It's a very pleasant day and a very pleasant weather and also pleasant shoes we all are wearing. Now you must be wondering why am I talking about shoes? Well, I am talking about shoes because our business model is based on shoes. Shoes are a very important part of our fashion statement and we need them for the complete clothing, right? And we also spend very high costs in shoes just because we like them. So, but it fascinates me how boredom or maybe just a small tear can stop us from wanting to wear a shoe. And this is where we come in. We take these shoes from the customers and paint them or do calligraphy on them or do some patchwork on them just as the customer wants. And by doing this, we are helping sustainability grow and also rural employment to an extent. So to tell you guys more about my business, I would like to show you a PPT. Okay. So the name of our business is Shoe Redo and it is made by me, Pranav Virmani, and my partner Madhav Upadhyay. And we are the students of Sri Ram Centennial School. So these are the contents of the PPT. Okay. So Shoe Redo is basically a service-based company. It is a B2C company. B2C means it's a business to consumer company where we interact with the customer directly. But this company has not yet started and it is yet in its ideation stage. So this startup will provide basic cleaning and shoe redesigning or painting or calligraphy services and aims at helping sustainability and also rural employment to an extent. This is an idea of two partners. So let me clarify that we both are 70-30 partners. We are not 50-50 partners. We are 70-30 partners, I being the 70% and my partner Madhav being the 30%. Okay. So this idea basically came when I was very bored of my shoe and I thought that like me, many more people would be bored of their shoes and would have tears on them and would throw them into landfills, and this would cause a problem to the environment. And also on the other side, I observed from my childhood, I saw that there are many cobblers which are sitting on the roadsides and have very uncertain sources of income. And I am seeing that they do not come every day. Whenever it rains, they don't come. They don't get money for that day. They can't eat food for that day. So it's very problematic for them. And seeing this, we started Shoe Redo. Next slide. Now let me tell you more about the founders. Pranav Virmani, that's me. I'm the co-founder of Shoe Redo, and I am a keen observer and a creative problem solver. Yeah, that's a bit good about me. And I'm running 12 years old, and I'm very I am very excited to become a successful entrepreneur in the coming years. I'm the 70% partner in this company, and I will be taking care of customer acquisition and experience, marketing, strategic partnerships, and finances business. My partner, Madhav Upadhyay, the co-founder of Shuridu, is an excellent plan executor and can help to achieve operational excellence. He also has good customer interaction skills, and he is currently 14 years old. He is a 30% partner in this company, and in the company he intends to handle workshop operations, customer service, administration, and HR, that is human resource. Okay, now let me tell you what the problems I am addressing in the target market we will be selling our product to. So the problems are that the youth or the rich often get bored of their not so old shoes, which are usually expensive, and they don't want to wear them again. This can happen due to a small tear in the shoe. Like, what will other people think about me? I'm wearing a shoe that I wore the last party and the last to last party, and also I have that small tear on my shoe. So if someone sees that, what will he say? So that's what we think before throwing the shoes, and they really do cause a big deal of problem to all living beings. You will be amazed to know that more than 300 million shoes are thrown away annually in the world like this. Another problem that we are addressing is in India, the biggest problem being unemployment and poverty. We will be providing employment to the cobblers that sit on the roadsides and have very uncertain sources of income. So we will be employing these, and we will also take some 12th pass or some a bit learned people from the rural areas, and will train them from the Skill India program. So you all must be knowing that Skill India is a training based program that aims at providing employment and training to all the citizens of India. So we will be training them at Skill India, which will also save our costs, and then we will be employing those as shoe experts or creative shoe people. So this will also save our cost, because if we take learned people who come from universities, and they will charge a premium for it, and we can train the people who are ready to get employed and are not employed. So let me tell you about my service. So there are two services Shuridu provides. One is creative work. This includes the basic cleaning of the shoe, like the dust will be removed, the upper dust will be removed, and then we can paint the shoe, or we can do calligraphy on it, or maybe some patchwork. And this costs rupees 700 to rupees 1500, or maybe more if the customer is willing to pay, because every shoe is different, and every shoe, like there is a sneaker, it has more work to be done on. It's white and you can paint on it, then you can charge more for that. But if it's a net shoe, you can't paint on that, you can't do creative work on that. So the pricing varies, and this pricing will be told by the shoe expert after assessing the shoe which the customer gets. Another service is cleaning. This will cost rupees 399. Now before thinking of this idea, our team did some research work, and I would like to tell you about the research work we did. So our partner, that is Madhav, researched on the Agra shoe industry, because Agra is the biggest shoe manufacturing market in India, and shoe manufacturing in Agra has been dated back to the Mughal era. So it's a long history, and to know how shoes are made can give us more expertise and can give us more information on cleaning or maybe painting them. Okay, and then the state government of Uttar Pradesh, that is the state of Agra, also provides some progressive policies for shoemaking, which can also help them. So this is all a part of the research that our partner did. And he also saw that there is availability of skilled labor and raw material in Agra. The last thing he saw was that leather there was coming from Meerut and Kanpur. So if we plan to see the leather market and see how it's painted, how it's cleaned, because leather is a bit different. It's a bit sensitive than more other shoes. So there are two different types of leather, that is suede leather and nubuk leather, that are very sensitive and need different materials to be cleaned with, or different paints to be painted with. So this is our research. Next slide. So the target market, we plan to sell our products to a large market which is capable of giving us a very good business. And these people include: 1, those who live in urban areas; 2, belong to upper middle and upper income class; 3, are male or female; 4, are 20 to 45 years old; 5, buy footwear of more than 5,000 rupees; and the last, they don't believe in consumerism and prefer getting the old shoes redesigned rather than buying new ones. Okay. So our mission is to provide customers a new look and a revived interest in their not so old shoes. By doing so, we are also discouraging customers to dump old shoes, promote sustainability, and reduce environmental load on landfills. And our vision statement is to provide sustainable and trendy options to customers using revived old footwear, and also providing training and employment opportunities to local artisans and cobblers. Okay, so let me tell you more about my business model, that how will it all work. So like I told before, our business model is B2C, that is business to customer. So we are interacting with the customer directly, and he will come to our showroom, and there will be an interaction between us and the customer. So let me tell you the basic steps that are involved in the process of redesigning the whole shoe. Okay, so customers will come to our collection centers or showrooms with his or her whole shoes. When the customer comes to our collection center, he will meet the shoe expert on a video call. We did this because the shoe experts are very limited, and even if we talk of training them, we will only be able to train only 2 or 3 people, because in the rural areas, although there are many there are many people who want training and employment, there are also some instructions or some limitations from parents, that why is he not working and why is he studying, because they can't think of the distant future and they want to have food today or tomorrow. So that short term can restrict us from getting a lot number of shoe experts. Okay, so when he meets the shoe expert will suggest him on what can be done with the shoe, how much of painting can be done, or how much of calligraphy can be done, and as per the work, he will also suggest the price. As I told you, the range varies from 700 to 1500, but can also go up as the work can be more. Okay, upon selection and price approval, the shoes will be stored in our collection center or the showroom, and as soon as possible, they will be forwarded to the workshop. So our basic plan is that we will have, as we grow, we will have a collection center or a showroom in the city, and in the outskirts or in cheaper areas of the same city, we will have a workshop. So this ratio of 1 collection center or showroom to 1 workshop can also do 2:1. Or maybe if 2 cities are too close to each other, we can also use 1 workshop for 3 or 4 collection centers for cost cutting purposes. Okay, so 3, in the workshop, the desired work will be completed by the artisans and creative people. That will be done in 3 to 5 days. So cleaning can be completed in 3 days. Cleaning does not take a lot of time. Cleaning is just, you just clean it manually and then you give it back to the customer. But in painting, you take time, because you have to sit down, you have to assess what can be done on the shoe, and then you have to make a render, then you have to start painting. It's a slow process. After the work is done, the shoes will be sent back to the collection center and will be given back to the customer. So one more thing I would like to add that is not written over here. I would like to add that the customers can also do charity using our shop, our showroom. So if they have old shoes and they're not wanting to throw them away, but to give it to the needy, so they can drop it on our workshop, and then we can give it to the people in rural areas, those who need it, right? Okay, so now let me tell you about the competition in this business. So in the initial stages in the business, 1 or 2 years, we plan to only enter the Uttarakhand market. So all the urban cities of Uttarakhand market we will enter, like Dehradun and Mussoorie. We can cover using only one workshop because it's very close enough. So one collection center or 2 collection centers we can have in Dehradun, and 1 collection center we can have in Mussoorie, and then it can be a combined workshop. Other urban areas of Uttarakhand can be Haldwani, Haridwar, etc. Okay, so let me tell you about the competition. Now in this market, the Uttarakhand market, we have only one competitor, that is shoe laundry, the shoe laundry. But there is a difference between us and the shoe laundry. The shoe laundry positions itself more like a cleaning company, but we position ourselves like a painting and a creative redesigning company. So this is what differs. Yeah, we also have cleaning services, but to an extent. So this is what differs us. And other players are also doing is, like, if you go to our local cobbler, you can also tell it to him to clean it, but he won't be able to paint and all that. So there are many other unorganized players which are doing it on a very small scale. Okay, our unique selling proposition is that differs us from our competitors is that we have a social impact related to sustainability and rural employment to a limited extent. Thank you. Now I would like Madhav to brief you about the financials, but we will not go much in details or much in difficult words. We'll just tell you the expenses and what are the basic expenses that we need.
The following table shows the expenses for the first time month of the business, which include the installation, the collection center and workshop. The costs that are recurring and underlined, all figures are in Indian rupee, all figures are estimated figures. The expenses for collection centers are as follow: rent 20,000, salary 17,000, electricity bill 1,500, petty expenses 2,000, can't see this. Another repair. Another repair or maintenance expenses 10,000. Retail security deposit or advance 40,000. Furniture and fixtures 3 lakh. PC 50,000. AC 40,000. Dispensers fridge 15,000, and the total is 4,95,000. The total recurring expenses that are underlined are 50,500. Total one-time capital expenses 4,45,000. The expenses for workshop are as follows: rent 25,000, salary 1,80,000, electricity and or water bill 6,000, petty expenses 10,000, other expenses 25,000, and variable or consumable paint or other raw material 75,000, packaging material 20,000, rental security deposit or advance 50,000, furnitures and fixtures 10 lakh, and the total is 13,91,000. The total recurring expenses that are underlined are 3,41,000. Total one-time capital expenses 10,50,000. Transport. In the initial stages, until we hire a transport, we will make partners with the Rapido for their parcel services. Rapido is a bike taxi company that also provides parcel services. An estimated figure is 20,000 per month. Marketing, R&D and other. Per month 1 lakh. Total expenses for first month including capital expenditure 20 lakh 65,000. Round of figure including some working capital 25 lakh. Recurring expenses from second month onwards 5 lakh 11,500. Thank you.
Dr. Tandon wants to ask something. Maybe we let him go first. Or you can ask. He's based in London. So I think they're working on getting Dr. Tandon, one of our remote judges, online and audible to you. The one thought that occurred to me when I was listening, and it was very well researched, thank you very much, you've considered a lot of factors that will go into this business. The one thing that stood out to me was this craftsperson expert customer linkage and the time that it will take, for these craftspeople to not only produce the items, but to in a very customized way consult the customer on this. And how do you, have you factored that into your pricing model? Because that's going to take a lot of, a lot more money that you're going to be paying that craftsperson for all of that time, yeah. I think you may have to take this too. Or have you even considered maybe having someone else do the consultation process and then pass it on to the craftsperson?
Okay, so I understand what you mean. I understand that the shoe experts will confine our volumes, but shoe experts are only for the initial stages when our orders will be very low. By over time, our sales boy or the sales girl that will stand in the collection center or the showroom, he will also learn eventually. He will also learn from the shoe experts that which kind of shoes come to our shops and what can be done. So in the later stages, he can also suggest the customer on what can be done. So that's only for the initial stages.
Which kind of shoes come to our shop, what can be done. So in the later also suggest the customer.
Hi, how are you? So I understand we can speak now. Apologies, there is a bit of a time lag between the various things that we're working on. So, gentlemen, I just wanted to say that was really love your energy, fantastic energy. I think what you've done here is wonderful because you've been very clear, very focused, and very targeted. And in all honesty, that's one of the reasons a lot of businesses in life tend to fail, because they try to solve too many things at once. I think you can spend a lot of time doing a lot of research, but actually with this type of business that you've created, since it is so clear and so focused, I would encourage you, rather than doing so much research, just do it. i.e., just start with a few friends, start with 3 or 4 customers, see how it goes, work it out, get 10 customers, then 20, and just do it. You will learn far more, in my opinion, from getting your fingers wet and making a few mistakes and losing maybe 1,000 or 2,000 rupees to get there, rather than doing too much research. The other market that you didn't talk about is there is a very large market for actually taking old shoes and making bespoke shoes. So in the UK at least, and in the US, I have 2 friends actually. One of them, this is his job. He actually takes people's old shoes, creates the designs for them, and they buy it back really because they want a bespoke Jordan or they want a bespoke Nike when they go to the nightclubs. And he actually charges circa, just to let you know, he charges between 250 to 300 US dollars to make these bespoke shoes. And people buy them, and then they keep them as collectible items as well. And they might even resell them later on without wearing them for $2,000 to $3,000. So that's a market you haven't targeted, which might be a small sector, but you should look at that as well, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you for...
Apologies if I can't hear you reply immediately. There's a bit of a time lag between the two systems.
Okay, so thank you for encouraging me, and about starting the business, I would surely do that after gaining my studies, after doing my masters. But the market you say that we will do in the later stages after we have established our company, because that is a very complicated market, and that takes a lot of more time than painting, and also a lot of more expertise and time. So that we can do only with a large number of workers, and the large number of workers we will get only in the later stages. So thank you.
How come you have 70%?
Thank you.
Thank you. On to the last pitch of today, Aditi and her team.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Aditi, and this is Vidisha. This. Is it okay? Good evening, everyone. I'm Aditi, and this is Vidisha, and today we're going to present Brahmi. We aim to use science and design to bring urban spaces closer to nature. So, why we started Brahmi, we saw 4 problems. The first problem is that urban spaces have never been farther from nature. I grew up in Delhi, then I shifted to Gurgaon. I've lived in apartments for a very large portion of my life. I just don't see nature. Then I came to Woodstock, and clearly we're surrounded by the hills constantly. So when I go back home, I feel that need to see greenery, but I just don't. And as the amount of construction happening in Gurgaon right now, it's insane. It's at these unprecedented rates, so you don't see us going back anytime soon. Then I saw that there's no this one-stop place for all things plants. So if I want to incorporate greenery into my house, firstly, where do I do it if I'm living on the 10th floor in this very polluted city? And who do I go to? Additionally, research has consistently shown that while we're living these better qualities of life in these spaces, our mental health has never been worse. Western world's mental health is continuously deteriorating, and now that India's urbanizing, we're following the same path. And obviously, we live in a world afflicted by climate change, where the choices we make clearly reflect in our environment. Delhi has been consistently ranked as one of the most polluted cities in the world. I think Chicago just published a study that showed that just breathing Delhi air cuts your life by almost 10 years. So I'm very happy about that. So what do we do? So through our services, we aim to mitigate the effects of climate change while also making our clients feel closer to nature by redesigning their urban spaces on a budget. So our idea stemmed when I was reading this article about something called the biophilia hypothesis. The biophilia hypothesis states that humans have this innate desire to be near living things. And this doesn't just mean humans, this means plants as well. As we adapted through generations, our ancestors, our predecessors used to live in nature. So one of the theories for why mental health is deteriorating in places that have been urbanized is that we're so far from nature that our bodies physically feel unsafe, which is why we're more stressed, we're more anxious, and most of us don't know why this is happening. So we want to renovate these spaces sustainably while keeping our environment in mind to make sure that the environment we live in is the one we were adapted to live in. Obviously, we can't go around breaking buildings and going back to the forest, but what we can try to do is try to bring the forest a little closer to us. So we have start to end support with renovation and plant care. So I remember I was a child, I was around 6 years old, and someone gifted me a plant. I was very excited. And my mom was like, okay, this plant's your responsibility. You have to take care of it. And I was like, yeah, okay, deal. It was dead 6 days later, so that was something. I didn't know how to take care of it. I didn't know what plant it was. And most people I've talked to, they always get these plants for their balconies, and then they're just dead. And then they're green, they're dying, and they don't know what to do. So we help with after plant care as well. And we use principles of design to make sure that whatever we design helps promote a sense of calmness and helps reduce anxiety.
So first I would like to talk a little bit about our process. So we meet with our clients both virtually and in person, like depending on the situation. We try to understand their vision, and thereafter we create mood boards. We make 2 to 3 design ideas. We share it with our clients. We understand like their feedback, inputs, and according to that we make the required changes. Thereafter, once all that's done, we actually source the plants on a budget, so for like as affordable as we can do, and from like local nurseries. We also, for like the planters, we try to source them as sustainably as possible. So like we'll use bamboos, coconut, the coconut shells, old tires, upcycled water bottles. So yeah, and once the entire sourcing is actually done, we thereafter come in and renovate the space for our clients. Another part of our process, like a really important process, part that was mentioned earlier was the aftercare, because for a lot of people the aftercare of the plants can be really complicated. It's not as simple as it seems, and it's very different for the different kinds of plants. So something that we've actually started now is creating these QR codes for each balcony, and the client can actually scan the QR code, and thereafter they'll get the do's and don'ts and for each kind of plant, so that yeah, you have those plants now, but you can actually take care of them. So yeah, our target audience are people between the ages of 25 to 35 living in urban spaces. So first of all, living in urban spaces, because that's when you're the farthest from nature. And then 25 to 35 like age group people, because first of all, this is the age group where you're the most likely to be financially stable, and also because we believe that people older than the age of 35 are less likely to understand the sustainable aspect or the importance of like mitigating the effects of climate change. What we've done so far, so in the span of about 2 months, we've renovated and redesigned 8 spaces, both virtually as well as in person, because this was around the time of the pandemic when we started the business. And so one of our main projects, like this was a really important marketing strategy as well, because we didn't really make any profit off of this, but it was redesigning this park in Gurgaon. It was in one of the most like large complex in Gurgaon. And what we did was, because like the reason it was a very important marketing strategy was because we, first of all, we didn't have to spend any money from our end because all the people in the complex actually contributed. So it was from that. And then we had this one event when we were working on this project where we got a lot of the children from the complex in, and they helped us paint the walls. And we also focused a lot on sustainability in this project. So we got the planters made from like the bamboos and the coconut shells and upcycled plastic bottles. We also, so when we got the children in to paint the walls, they actually went back home and they told their parents that about us. And after that, this actually helped us get a lot of other clients from Gurgaon. So, yeah. And we're also focusing on, like we're starting our conversations with office spaces, like including office spaces for our projects, because we not only think that office spaces are like easier to renovate, especially because of the less like limitations for the finance and the cost, but also because like since our project is like backed up with the whole science, there is a lot of scientific evidence to prove that having plants near you actually increases productivity. So I think that would be a very good way to market that.
So the main competitor we've identified so far is Garden World, and they aim to provide comprehensive landscaping services. So where we find ourselves to differentiate from them is our focus on the idea of sustainable renovation and specifically urban areas. In the past years, we can see a rise in green marketing, and consumers want to know that the products they're buying are sustainable and they're helpful to the environment, which is why we think we have a competitive edge. And no landscaping company in India currently focuses on making spaces greener specifically through sustainable design, sourcing, and renovation. Additionally, like we mentioned before, we make sure every aspect of our design is supposed to help you feel calmer, less anxious, and this is again very important for another segment that we want to look at in the near future of office spaces. In addition to that, we find our aftercare system to be unmatched. We have now started working on creating QR codes for all these spaces. And all you need to do is scan it. It'll give you a list of every single plant in there. For example, if the leaves are yellow, you click on the plant, it'll be like, yellow leaves do this, reasons it can be caused, how you can do better, and things like that.
So we use social media to effectively market our service, spread awareness, as well as increase the efficiency of the thing. So basically, we have on our Instagram page, we try to post around 5 times a week. And this includes posts, reels, as well as stories. And we try to make sure that the amount, like the number of reels every week is more than the number of posts in order to, in order to boost like the number of people getting engaged. So for our reels, we try to use the most trending audios, and we for the main focus of our reels is to actually add humor, while also like encouraging people to connect with Brahmi. It's less focus on actually conveying information, while on the other hand, our posts convey important information like the different kinds of plants out there, what their benefits and drawbacks are, the aftercare of plants, like the do's and don'ts, what you need to do in terms of she talked about like yellow leaves, or how much water you should put, and also about like the importance of having plants near you. As for our stories, it's mainly used to actually boost the engagement. So we do this through quizzes, the before and after pictures, as well as polls. So yeah, another important aspect of our social media is we include pictures of our before and after, our process, and what we're currently working on, so that our audience actually gets a good idea about the kind and quality of work we provide.
So what do we want to accomplish as we look to the future? So as Vidisha talked about our social media presence, we aim on a time on hand to take care of these plants. So it'll just automatically suggest that to us. This is us. So I'm very passionate about climate change and social entrepreneurship. I grew up around startup founders because my dad's been working in this space, and I just found them so cool. If anyone would come over dinner, my dad would always make me sit as like a child, and he'd just make me ask them questions. Most of the time, I didn't really understand what they were talking about, but I think it made me who I am today. I've worked a lot in the field of environmental research, and I've published research papers in this field and done internships.
So I want to pursue sustainable design and architecture in the future, and I've done like several courses on that, as well as like interning with professional architects. And I am also very passionate about the environment. So I think this project just really well combines the two aspects for me. Yeah.
That's all for our presentation. If any of you have any questions. Yes. So I think one of the coolest things is we've invested absolutely no money into this project until now. The only thing we've invested is time. So anytime we find a client, so we started organically through word of mouth. When I told my dad about this idea, he's like, I know people who'd want to do this, including him himself. So we spoke to them, and we always, so the client gives us a budget, which we work under, and we ourselves make all the designs and source the materials. And obviously, based on the area of the space and how long it takes us to design it, we take, like, if they give us a budget, we'll have a certain amount of designing fees and implementation fees. So far we've invested no money. We've had, in 2 months, 30,000 in revenue, and 10 of that is profit.
So the question online. So, yeah, getting that.
Hi, I understand I can answer my questions now. So, sorry, just stopping the other noise. So, what I loved about your start of your presentation is you actually started off by talking about we listen to what our customers want, and we talk to our customers about what they need and what they're looking for. And that's really a wonderful sentence to hear somebody say. The other thing is you're very clear, very confident, and you really know what you want from your business. However, I do think you missed two really big tricks in your presentation. You have clearly already been operating this company for some time, because you mentioned you started it before COVID. You just answered a question now that you've done 30,000 revenue. And you talked a lot about how in your Instagram, in your feeds, you have before pictures and after pictures. You had pictures of kids doing the painting, but you didn't show any of that in your presentation. And I think you missed a major trick there, because as a company who's already actually done it, the most powerful presentation you could have presented today would have actually been to tell the story through your actual customers and through the joy that you'd have brought to those kids who had done the paintings, the before and after pictures, your Instagram posts, your QR codes. For me, that's what your whole presentation slide set should have been on. And then you could have actually gone in and shown, what Grogan pot looked like before, what it looks like after. You could have shown the financial numbers of how much you bought each of the plants for, how much you spent for all the labor, and your business, your marketing presentation would have come across, in my opinion, as more of an actual business operating today, and would have brought the excitement from the audience, to see what you've actually done. So that's my feedback.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that makes a lot of sense. It'll obviously help us bring our points across much clearer. And I think that's something we'll for sure keep in mind for next time. Thank you. Yes.
I'll just very quickly add to what Dr. Tandon said, because I've actually was thinking something quite related, which is that in all these stories that you're telling, you do have this amazing opportunity. You said people feel better when they're near plants, and you're giving them this empowerment to care for them, to create this whole new relationship with plants that they probably didn't even think about before, didn't know they could have. And if you had more of these personal testimonials that then could also very clearly link to your business and what it provides, because I think that's another thing that sounds like it could be missing from what you're putting out there, that could be a huge opportunity as well. Yeah.
I think you come across, as Dr. Tandon said, very confident, which is extremely good. Caring about the environment, etc., is again, I think, something which is today and futuristic. Great. Thirdly, I think you're in the service industry, and you said your input cost as of now is 0, which is a great starting point for any business because you mentioned that your current expenses are pretty much just the time and the effort which you're putting in, right? And your knowledge. So that's a great way to start any business. I mean, that's what everybody should think about. Even you guys, when you mentioned about your creating the organic fertilizer from waste, from sewage, right? So great, right? Because it's 0 cost. So when you develop business models like that, you're already off to a fantastic start. And I think if you're able to grow the services, get more customers in, you're onto a great trip. You are.
No, I think.
Okay.
Don't ask too many questions.
In the interest of brevity and wrapping our day up. Okay. Thank you so much.
No, I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask you. I'll ask you offline.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Again.
So guys, thank you everybody for pitching. Now, before we of course reveal the final scores from the judges, we have a session from Dr. Tandon. And so now he'll just be presenting in a second. So, you want to talk a bit more about? You want to talk a bit more about?
I can reintroduce him while we're getting things set up. We do want to get the Zoom properly set up. Okay.
Yeah, that all part.
He needs to be able to hear himself and us properly. So.
Okay.
We can make sure.
I have unmuted on this one.
Yeah, we can hear you over here.
On this one.
This is a little,
It sounds like you'd like me to start, is that right? If somebody gives me the thumbs up again. Okay, I hear a thumbs up. Let me see if I can also share my screen. Does this screen also?
Yes, that's visible over on this side, Vivek.
So let's see. Which screen are you seeing, everybody? Can you see a shared screen here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay, I'll start off in that case. So thank you everybody for this opportunity. I think I've seen some of the earlier presentations today, and we had a lot of good-looking speakers in the morning. So I thought I would actually put a slide set together and try to hide behind the slides. I'm going to try and turn off the feedback that I'm getting on the other computer here, and do my best. So I think I was told to just give a bit of my background and where I started off as an entrepreneur. I'll really just talk about 5 quick points to you. And I think actually the presentations today will help emphasize some of the points I really wanted to make in my presentation. But actually I started off my early days, not too far from where you are. I was part of the class of 1988. I was just around the corner from you in 1981. This is an old picture from the days before you had Wi-Fi, before you had phones, before you had computers, and indeed before the days when you had proper photographs. So actually, that's a picture of me there. That's about as good a picture as you got of anything back in 1981. And so why is this relevant? Well, I came to Woodstock School actually as a refugee from Uganda, and I was very heavily supported by Woodstock, both in terms of a bursary and by the community around me, who took me in and gave me a lot of my early day experiences. And some of those early day experiences were the following. So what I remember most and what kicked me off in my early days is coming back at the beginning of the start of term. And I lived in Ridgewood with 10 double bunk beds in a big room, so approximately 19 other fellow family members, so to speak, and myself, all living in one room. And we'd come back at the end of term, and the big excitement is, in those days, we'd open up these big trunks rather than suitcases. And in the trunks would probably be about 10% of clothes, and then the rest of the trunk, 80% of it, was filled with junk food. Because in those days, you didn't have Amazon Prime, Amazon Delivery, or anything else. So the great excitement for us was coming back, opening up these trunks with all our friends. And you'd have friends who had come from America, and they would bring Hershey bars. And you'd have other people coming from Norway, and people from Switzerland, and people from England. And each person would open up their trunk, and there'd be these wonderful goodies in it. And the first 2 to 3 days, actually, of coming back to term, would actually be spent bartering with your friends. So I will give you a can of horrible processed cheese, which I don't like, which comes from Uganda, if you'll give me a Hershey bar. And this trading would go on for 1 or 2 days within your dormitory and would inevitably extend to other dormitories where people had brought different types of food. So again, one of the great things in those days was instant noodle soups, because you could warm those up on your wooden stoves when the food was, I'm sure everybody complains about the food at boarding schools and schools. And in those days, it was no different, except that you had to make. So this sort of barter trade used to carry on. And I suppose that's what really sort of kick-started my entrepreneur sort of spirit. Because I realized with my other school friends and my other partners that actually, if you bought a can of Coca-Cola at the start of school term, you might get 1 Hershey bar or 1 processed can of cheese. But if you owned that can of Coca-Cola towards the end of term, when everybody else had drunk that Coca-Cola, you could then exchange it for 3 or 4 Hershey bars or 5 cans of cheese. And there was an inherent value in holding on to your goods for a longer period. And that sort of barter trade, so actually as the terms went on, because I came, so in those days, just again to be clear, you used to have a maximum of 10 rupees pocket money that you could use. Unfortunately, I didn't get that pocket money, but my friends were always willing to share with me at that stage. But you started to have this group of people who would then start to barter and trade, and this barter and trade would carry on throughout the school year. That got you to understand the value of products very quickly. Equally, on the other side of the equation, when I first went back home to visit my parents, I took my mum just some simple Mysore sandalwood and some Mysore sandalwood incense sticks. And these were loved by both her and her friends. And it became very clear to me very quickly that actually there was a huge demand for these type of products back in Africa with my mother's friends. So in effect, over the period of a 2-year period when I was in Woodstock, I would spend all my suitcases taking back 15 to 20 kilos worth of products back to Africa and selling them there, and bringing back to Woodstock School various products that I knew would have a high bar to it. And eventually, after just about a year and a half, I was pretty much paying for all my flights and the cost of the flights by just taking these things back and forth, which was, a start of my entrepreneurship, to be honest. In addition to that, during the time outside of that, one of my best recollection and memories was at that period working with another student in the school called Kevin Dunn. And I'm sure many of you will recognize these rhododendron trees. I don't know how many people still do this, but in those days, you used to collect the rhododendron flowers, and the rhododendron flowers used to be made into jam. So you would collect these rhododendron flowers, and one full bucket of rhododendron flowers in those days used to sell for 50 paisa. So with one day collecting, 20 buckets, you would effectively make 10 rupees to 20 rupees if you had a good day. And that was essentially 1 week's worth of pocket money. However, again, it was a very interesting learning experience because you would collect these rhododendrons during the period. And of course, they would only grow at a certain period of the year, so they would be in season. You'd supply these buckets to, a lot of times, to very generous teachers of the school who would buy it for you to give you your pocket money. But very quickly, you'd realize that you flooded the market. So you take the teachers these buckets of rhododendrons and they would say, Vivek, you brought it to us last weekend and you brought it to us the weekend before. I'm afraid we're really full of jam. We can't take any more. And these rhododendrons typically needed to be sold within about 2 to 3 hours of picking them because otherwise the leaves and the flowers started to wilt and they lost their value. Again, that was a really good learning experience for us, myself and Kevin. Kevin and I then started to learn actually how to make jam out of them ourselves. So we used to then use one of the teachers' kitchens, make the jam ourselves, and then sell or barter the jam with students at the school who used to want to use it during their tea time and coffee time because it was much sweeter and much better than the school jam. Again, it was a good lesson to learn that your market can be just around you. Since those days, of course, have kind of developed, but that was really the kickstart, in my opinion, of what got me to enjoy doing things different, starting up different, and creating new opportunities, and building businesses, really, to some degree. Today, I have, up to today now, this is 30 years later, I'm lucky to have been involved in or developed or founded my own companies. I've been on approximately 32 boards of companies as either CEO, chairman, founder, or director. And these are ranged from all sorts of areas. My first company, for example, that I consider to be semi-successful was a company called Vicom Group. It stood for Vivek Communications and was one of the world's first international callback telecom companies. We were also one of the first to do voice over IP before even you had Skype or before you had WhatsApp or all of those. We also did one of the first video on demand systems. And I learned a lot from that company because we were too far ahead of the market and we spent a lot of time doing what I think Mr. Mehta earlier on this morning talked about, which was trying to change consumer behavior to do something that we knew was really great. And whilst it was a fantastic technology, the consumers weren't ready for it. So we spent an inordinate amount of money developing this great technology, but we're just too far ahead of the schedule and too far ahead of the curve. The other company that I liked was, for example, Allo Private Equity. So I was fortunate enough at the age of 30 to set up my own private equity fund. And by the age of 30, I really started to focus on environment. So since the age of 30, almost all the companies I've had to date have been focused exclusively on environment and sustainability, and creating technologies that are groundbreaking to either innovate on recycling or innovate on production or innovate on, well, we'll come back to some of those. But for example, two of the companies that I'm involved in today, one of them is called Envirocom. So I'm still involved in that one today. Envirocom recycles waste electronic goods. We recycle approximately 900 fridges a day, about 1,000 washing machines a day. Effectively in the UK, if you throw anything away with an electrical plug point, be it from a hairdryer right through to a bigger washing machine or fridge, I would say we recycle between 60 to 70% of all the white goods in the UK. And this is a great company. We've managed to stop probably, I hesitate to imagine, but it's got to be at least about 500,000 tons of white goods going into landfill sites. And a lot of the products we make, for example, the copper from the wire, the aluminium, the steel, all get used to go back into new white good material rather than digging up soil and digging up the earth to get the raw materials. The other company I'm very involved in today, where I'm the founder and CEO of, is this company called Revalue. So Revalue is a company that recycles plastic bottles back into clothing and ester. We developed a really breakthrough technology, and again, we're probably ahead of the schedule. We started this company in approximately 2000, was the conceptual idea. We developed the actual technology in 2007, but we have a really unique technology and patented technology where we can take a plastic bottle and reverse engineer a plastic bottle back into the constituent chemical materials, which is effectively ester. So ester is like your building block. And if you put it through a process, you get polyester, many chains of ester. So instead of making ester from oil and gas, we can make ester from used plastic bottles. And from that, we can make clothing. So this, for example, this top I'm wearing right now is made from 100% plastic bottles. That t-shirt behind me, you can probably see on the screen, is made from 100 plastic bottles. And we sell our product to pretty much all the big brands today that you can think of, be it Adidas, Puma, Decathlon, Zara, North Face. So they're major purchasers of all our products, and we sell these globally. Revalue could be of interest to you because it's actually based in India, so it's based in Nashik, and we recycle approximately 4.5 million plastic bottles a day, every day. It's a continuous plant, and by approximately December next year, we'll be doing approximately 25 to 30 million plastic bottles a day. And we're now building plants in the US, Taiwan, Vietnam, etc. We're expanding globally. So, my first learning experiences in Woodstock have helped me to continue to create that enthusiasm of building more companies. And I think it's that enthusiasm that is quite important. So that's just a bit about my history. Sorry to go on so long about that. I just thought it might be a bit of interesting. Let's focus on some of the really fun bits now. When asked to give this closing speech and to talk about entrepreneurship, my first reflex was to actually go back and look at what is the definition of an entrepreneur. And as I searched through Google and looked it up, it was quite consistent. And let me just read pretty much the definition that I saw online almost everywhere. So the definition of an entrepreneur: it's a person who runs a business venture that brings about innovation and takes on much of its risk and reward. And that seemed to be the consistent definition on the internet. Well, I'm not so that is its definition, so I can't disagree with the definition. But for me, it's far more than that. That's, in my opinion, what might be the definition of an entrepreneur, but it's not what makes an entrepreneur. And my wife and I had a very good, long, interesting debate about it last night, and let's just agree that we agree to disagree necessarily with one another. For me, I think what makes an entrepreneur is passion. And I think this is what we saw in almost every single presentation today by the young entrepreneurs in the room. It's that passion about your idea. It's that passion to be bold. It's that passion to do something new. It's that desire and willingness to look at a problem in the world as not being a problem, but really an opportunity and a challenge. So, for example, this is, I understand, Woodstock's first entrepreneur fest. You know, I would say the person who has put that whole program together is in himself or herself an entrepreneur. They have started a new idea and a new concept. And by going through this today, they will have learned a lot of lessons. They will probably do things very differently next year. And, you know, they will have new ideas and new experiences from what they've been through this event. So I think an entrepreneur doesn't necessarily need to innovate necessarily as a technology. And we've heard that again today. So the business plans that have been pitched today aren't necessarily trying to innovate technology-wise, but they are innovating by doing maybe something that somebody else has done, but locally and doing it better, e.g. proposing to make food locally and burgers locally. And I was hoping actually that the two entrepreneurs who presented the idea of making burgers as an opportunity for the students would have actually given free lunch to everybody today, because that would have been the best marketing tool for them. So, you know, if they had given free lunch to everybody, I think we'd have all invested. But starting something new. So, for example, would one say that Bezos is an entrepreneur because he started Amazon, but that maybe Jack Ma is not because he created Alibaba? No, I think they're still both entrepreneurs. So an entrepreneur really doesn't have to be necessarily technology innovative. It can be market innovative. It can be geographical and innovative. It can be just listening to your customer more and being more focused. But what a key attribute for an entrepreneur is that love and desire to solve problems. And I think it's the thrill of seeing a problem as an opportunity and the ability and the desire to want to brainstorm that idea with other people. So, you know, an entrepreneur sees a queue in the line for a tuck shop, and instead of joining that queue and being miserable in the queue, an entrepreneur sees that queue for the tuck shop and goes, there's a queue in that tuck shop. You know, either how do we make that queue smaller? How do we take away that queue? Or how do we set up another company or an opportunity to compete with that queue? How do I talk to people to get that feedback? How do I talk to the market to understand what I can do different? And how do I take that complaint of other people and make it an opportunity for myself? And I think that's a really important aspect, because what I can tell you for sure is that almost every single company that I have either invested in or been involved in starting has changed direction dramatically over the life and the course of its period. So whilst you might prepare a very clear business plan, as you continue to develop your company, you continue to see more new opportunities, which, just to be clear, are problems, but you turn them into an opportunity and the company takes a different direction. And so when you see a problem, the problem annoys you. But an entrepreneur doesn't let that problem get them down. Rather, it inspires you. So a problem inspires you to have new ideas, to talk to new people, to brainstorm. And that is, for me, the absolute fantastic thing that I feel as an entrepreneur that keeps me wanting to do more and more and more. So for me, irrespective of whether your first idea has been successful or not, and success is often defined, in my opinion, wrongly by the market as something that has made money or has been financially successful. For me, that's less than 10% of what should be deemed to be a successful entrepreneur. Because it really is the journey that you take in taking your idea forward. And it is that enjoyment and that passion of having the idea, taking it forward, trying to solve it, meeting new problems, trying to overcome them, and being able to go through every twist and turn. And I love this picture, because for me, being an entrepreneur means going to a beach or taking a problem and being that first footstep in the stand. That first, you get to choose where you want to go, where you want to walk. And you know that if you make a mistake or you do something wrong, it's okay. The wave will come and clear the sand from you. You can step back and you can start again. And you can try a different route and a different path. And it's that enjoyment of working with other very passionate people, other people who have great ideas, other people who want to support you in your idea, because people like the energy that entrepreneurs have. So when you have that passion, you inevitably become a very strong leader, and people like to work with people who don't see problems but see it as opportunities. And if you can take that away from you today, I think, whether you're an entrepreneur or not, life becomes so much more enjoyable. So here are a few very, very, very simple tips. We could talk for hours on all the different tips in taking a company from startup right through to exit, through IPOs, through investments. But I just thought for today, as we're talking about early stage, let's just focus on the very start of the journey, in my opinion, some tips. So first of all, you are really never too young to start. And on the basis of that also, you're never too old also to start. We heard a great presentation today about a young entrepreneur here who has an idea with shoes. And his answer to my question, I believe, after I heard was, he'll look at doing that when he's completed his master's. And my answer to him would be, why wait till then? Why not just try? Try 5 shoes tomorrow. Try 10 shoes next month. If nothing else, you learn from it. You learn the experience of what your customers want, the problems that you'll have, the costs, the issue dealing with people, the joys of dealing with people, the joys of talking to other people about your idea and gaining new ideas on top of your idea. It's a wonderful process. I was really happy to hear also people talk very early on about structure, partnerships, agreements. And this again is one of the things that I've noticed a lot of entrepreneurs make a mistake in the early days of their business. People can get very carried away with the idea, and ideas develop very rapidly and move very quickly. But it's really important, if you're doing your idea with a partner, that you have very, very open discussions. And we heard interestingly today, for example, what I liked hearing in some of the presentations today is where people would stand up and say, my responsibility is I look after the marketing, the sales, and the this, and my partner's responsibility is he looks after the operations, the finance, and the this. So it's a very clearly defined role. It's really great hearing people say, we have a partnership, understanding that he owns 70% and I own 30%. These kind of open discussions and very blunt discussions at the early stage of a partnership are really important. And when I talk about partnership agreements, I'm not referring necessarily to big legal documents, but I am referring to very blunt, open discussions where you have a discussion with your partner, this is what I plan I can bring to this company and do. What is it that you think you can do? Where are you responsible and how am I responsible? What happens when we have a disagreement? How do we handle disagreements in the future? What happens if I decide, life is a journey and you decide you really want to exit the company and get out? How do we tackle those things really up front? And I think just dealing with those topics in an early stage is really helpful for the business as you go on, and it brings your partnership quite close together. The other one I feel is, when I look at the businesses that I've been involved in over the last 30 years, the one thing I have insisted on is an actual proper written, now not written as in writing, but written as in prepared in Word business plan. And one of the things that happens today, I feel, is too many business plans are presented, or they're given as PowerPoint slides, or they're used, they use more multimedia to show their plan. For me, the actual act of physically writing a Word document means two things. One, you're not able to get away with throwaway comments. For example, you can't really write in a Word document, yes, we plan to raise money to buy stuff. You can't write that. But you can say it in a PowerPoint slide. You can say, we're going to raise money to buy stuff. But when you write it, you actually have to say, how much money, what stuff, how does it go? And when you write that down, it's actually, you should prepare the Word document for yourself, not necessarily for the investor or for other people. Because by the act of writing it, it slows your thought process down, it slows your brain down, and you are able to read back later on what you've written. And in all honesty, you know inherently then when you are making up stories that you want to believe, as opposed to really analyzing the data that the market is telling you. And I would have to say there's this balance between the passion of an entrepreneur and driving his idea forward. And I think Mr. Mehta earlier on mentioned, even exaggerating your idea, because you've got to exaggerate it to get people passionate. But on the flip side, it's about recognizing where, excuse my language here, but where you are bullshitting or exaggerating and where you are really clear and concise about the true nature of your business. The other, so focus is a key issue. And by writing a business plan, you realize also where you are just poking at verbatim, like I am now, or really focusing on the key focus point. The other point is your time is valuable. And you see a lot of plans in the early stage of a business where people don't recognize the value of their time. So, as you start a company, you have your 10 hours or 20 hours a day that you want to work on this idea. And where do you put your time? A lot of entrepreneurs in their early stages, in my opinion, get too defocused too quickly, because as they go down their route, they see a new opportunity here, a new opportunity there, and they want to do everything at once. Focus, look at your time, and know where you're spending it, and spend it wisely. I think you'll hear this again and again and again in your life, which is build a great team. Great companies come from having great people and surrounding yourself by great people. Great people have ideas, are motivational, are fun to work with, and a lot of this is about having fun. Having a mentor is also really critical. Having a great mentor, I have been so fortunate. If I look back through my last 25 to 30 years, I've been so fortunate at every stage of my life to have wonderful mentors alongside me. Mentors who open doors for me, mentors who point me in the directions, mentors who give me ideas on what you shouldn't do. So ultimately, you have to have good mentors and listen to others, but you must also believe in yourself, because as many good mentors as there will be other people who will put you down. That's not possible. You cannot convert a plastic bottle back. It'll be too expensive. Nobody will want that. The market is not ready. So you have to listen to others, but believe in yourself. And I suppose the final message, which all of you showed today in your presentations, and what was so fun in today's sessions, is that all of you had that passion and that desire to learn. And every time you do a company, whether it's successful or unsuccessful is irrelevant. You will learn something. And if there's one thing that an entrepreneur will do, it's he or she will have another company, another idea, another problem that they will incur that they want to solve. So you will continue to learn. And as you learn, one has to remember to celebrate every little success. So today is a great success for most of you, and a lot of you. You have successfully presented to a group, and you've successfully answered some very difficult, very awkward questions from some judges, which you've done amazingly well. And that is an incredible success to take forward. I think I've really been happy with what I've heard today. I think you guys have really done an outstanding job. I think we also have to hand it to the tech team in the background, who have done an amazing job in balancing with live streaming, real-time speaking, Zoom, websites, different props coming up. And the background team has done a wonderful job as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of you who I haven't mentioned. My last word is enjoy being an entrepreneur. The way to do it is just start. Don't be scared to start. It's a great way to live life, in my opinion. And there's just so many other problems to solve. Thank you very much. Way to live life, in my opinion. And there's just so many other problems to solve. Thank you very much.
So yes, thank you so much for that, Dr. Tandon. I think yes, and so I do think Dr. Tandon may still be watching us on the YouTube Live, but do want to thank him very much. He was talking about the value of our time, and we value his time. And just so everyone knows, we will have this entire session from today on the Live at Woodstock School YouTube channel for everyone to return to if they want to revisit these ideas, because there have been so many great ideas shared here today, and it's been a long day. So anyone thinking, I really wonder what that person said, it was really interesting, but I wasn't quite awake at the end of the day. Please do go back to the YouTube channel and check out today's session.
First of all, thank you very much. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. It has been a long session. Lots of experiences, right? Special thanks to the judges. I saw that all of you are so engaged with question and everything. It means a lot to us. Thank you very much. Few announcements before we hand out the shiny trophies. Ketija, would you like to talk something before I go on with the prize distribution? Please.
Yes, only, and thank you, Mr. Tilak. Only a big thank you to everyone who's come here today to support this event, for all of you for supporting each other, and to, of course, all of our alumni judges who came to this event, whether it was virtual or in person. There were some problems with the technical issues, which our team worked on very quickly, but Mr. Manav Mehra, Mr. Yusung Eo, Mr. Rahul Amin, Ms. Jamie Williams, Director of the Center for Imagination, and then also Mr. Ranjay Rao, who's here with us, and Mr. Rajesh Kohli, especially, who are here with us and who've made the trip here to be with us all day throughout the entire session. Just thank you so much for being a part of this very first Entrepreneur Fest, and we look forward to building it into something much bigger and better. And of course, thanks to Dr. Vivek Tandon that we just heard from as well. But and biggest thanks, of course, to Rajesh Kohli himself, because he's been a big advocate and champion of this event. You heard his enthusiasm for the future of this event. I hope that you heeded his words. And as I said, he's been bringing more and more partnership into this event. So thank you so much.
That's okay. Yeah, nobody wants to be put on the spot. Thank you very much. The level of competition was really good. Some of the pitches, especially the young children, right? At grade 8, we didn't have the capability to come in front and speak so well. So that was fantastic. I'd like to ask two of the judges to I'd like to bother you one last time so that you can hand over the trophies to the winners, right? So we'll begin with, can you please do us the service first? Shivam, what do you want? You want to call them there? Okay, please. Would it be possible for you to hand over the senior criteria first? Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are going to go with the third place finish. Third place goes to Brahmi.
Thank you very much. Aditi, can you like move on the side so that we can have whole of the winners in the podium once? Please wait for everybody else. Thank you. The gap between the runner-up and the first place was very thin. Again, congratulations to both the team. The runner-up of the competition is Sponges. Can you please come on the stage and take your trophies? Thank you very much. I'd like the winning team to come a bit back. Yeah. And we have the winner of the senior category. Brooks, would you like to come on the stage? I think one trophy would be enough. Thank you. Can I request you to hand over the other prizes, please? We are going to move on to the juniors category. There were some interesting ideas, but the final prize has been won by Red. Now we are going to move on to the criteria of social impact and creative idea. Please note that this prize is going to run across both the criteria. So like there is one team that is going to win the best social impact and one team that is going to win the creative idea. Let's start with the social impact idea. Sponges, you have won the social impact idea. Please collect your other sets of trophies. We have the final idea of the program, the creative idea, the best idea. Age in School, you have won this prize. Can you come up on the stage? The creative idea category was really competitive. The two teams have scored the same point. One winner being Age in School and the other winner being Brooks. But for Brooks, we'll get your trophy later on. Yeah. So we are going to prioritize our guest for the time being. So thank you very much to the winners. Tanvi, would you like to talk a bit more? Have you composed yourself? Yeah. About the prizes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Teams, you can go back and there are some more prizes which Tanvi is going to briefly talk about. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Tanvi. So on the slides you must have seen that we got Harvard alumni, Entrepreneurs alumni to sponsor us as the knowledge partners. So basically most of the prize winners, they're going to be getting free course opportunities with Harvard. They're going to get their courses next year, I think, I'm assuming. Right, and they get this is a great opportunity for you to learn and just start your journeys as entrepreneurs, I guess.
The emails that you sent us, we'll share the details about the Harvard courses further on that email, so be on the lookout for that. And everything else, we have tea outside for you, and then you can all go. What?
The digital certificate, we believe in not printing out too many certificates and wasting paper. So the certificates of participation, the winner certificates, are going to be digitally emailed to all of you. Okay, that's the first information I wanted to pass. And the second was the tea is placed outside. After the event, you can go in. Ketija, would you like to add something? Can we take a picture? Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Just, do you want to take a picture here or outside?
Outside.
Perfect. When you are drinking tea, we are going to sit together and take nice pictures. Does that sound good?
Thank you, everyone.
And final sentences, I promise. These are the organizers, right? So this has been decided by the guests. These are the core organizer, Arin, Tanvi, Ahan. We have other people too who have decided to work online virtually today. But it has been a student-led initiative. They have done everything from the beginning of planning to sending you email, making the website, coming up with the concept of the whole thing. So, a round of applause for them. And now we can definitely go for the tea. Thank you very much.
He hasn't said this.
Yeah. You want to say